There is. It's oh, I know. I know what's wrong.
Uh,
Every time
Oh,
I update my gear, it switches to defaults. I don't know. Okay, you guys are. Yeah, they can hear.
cool.
Glad I picked.
Yeah, cause
done that several times.
yes, never.
Malachi. Does Damon do his thing towards the beginning of the night or in the morning? Finishing up.
Probably a morning thing.
Probably a morning
Or,
thing? Cool.
nah,
Okay. Good to know. Good to know. We'll get into that in just a So, where we'll start the session is you guys, as I said, you were just slightly interrogated by Urias Law, the commander here, and dubbed Truth Seeker. Um, what? Let's all be children. Fine. That's what D&D is for, right? Uh, You're
few
not a
years back with you.
child. You're just a very young adult. Okay.
God,
Not very far. All right. So, um, and so you were all kind of given leave to hang out for the night, go to your rooms, get some sleep, see what happens in the morning. I can't remember if we decided if anybody was heading upstairs yet. I think we just kind of cut it there, pretty abruptly. So if yes, because I asked if anybody wanted to RP after that, we were like, nah, cut the session. So we'll go into if any of you want to discuss what happens after he leaves, or discuss some what happens out and about of the city, or plans for tomorrow, depending on what happens. Because you're still
big
not
figure.
you're not 100%. It hasn't been 100% decided yet whether or not you guys were free to. You don't know if they're going to come back and arrest you in the morning. You don't know if they're going to be like, all right, you're good to go. You don't know if they're going to fine you. You don't know.
In the
So
know.
so that's up to you guys to discuss that. And we'll start from there. Uh, Start scene.
You're cursed.
Cause I had stayed down. I
Yeah, well, we'll
stayed
just say
down.
for right now, we'll just say everybody's still in the main room.
Are the that we
So the man with the girl taking her upstairs as soon as the commander left. She had already been starting to nod off. So that, like as soon as he gave them leave, and as soon as you guys gave everybody their money back, he gave his thanks and took uh, daughter up to their rooms. The other ones, the hooded figures, would have also made a very quick exit, almost too fast to pick up their money, although they would have grabbed it. Um, and for the time being, it's just you guys and the noble-ish looking woman sitting in the corner. She seems to be sipping on a drink, staring into the fire. Who else human?
I do have a question. Who's Matu?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Because he was the RCF4 Matu. No, that's another god.
I mean
You
Oh,
actually.
Hmm?
Maybe three. You don't know.
how far away? I thought you could only those on specific celebration days.
Yeah, and
What happens if you like need to use
down.
that walk?
Summer
No.
chat.
Why not?
Shall we? Did.
He almost
Also,
died.
the thing-
Yeah, if we are going to run into action, you're not wearing any sort of guard against anything. I try making. I just got a bunch of hides and stuff. I can try making. I don't know what you like. If you want lighter armor, or I can make you try it. Now I must some very bulky, or in the middle.
Serpents.
How many servants did you have? I see you start counting on multiple fingers.
That mean? That mean? A lighter? I trying not able to lead thing. Lighter. I can go sort of like the in between style if you want. I just need
Oh,
access
and
to access to a scanning site. Hard to get
Oh.
your hard at all. Not many
well,
measurements.
Want to borrow some? Have the time now
Oh,
to
that's
make.
right. Make those. Yeah. Oh, I'm used to. How big are these gonna be? Am I just gonna have to set up in?
them.
where?
I
Just
kind of look
Taylor,
towards the open area right here.
Go. Out of Taylor.
Quite a bit, I think.
Be leather
Leatherwork.
worker.
I love it, Loki.
You know, if you want to make it long term, cover up.
Uh,
Get some nail polish removed. Plastic.
Actually, if she wanted to, she could just scrub the pictures. I've watched it enough times to where it's starting to like, if you rub it, it goes
Peel
away.
off.
Yeah.
Well, nail polish remover will just expedite the process.
knife,
Sure
a
has
small
some.
mallet, and a punch thread. Okay, that's
Mostly, you just need like a small area to like let stuff dry
You
and
can probably
whatnot.
set it
but-
up in your.
plenty of space out here. I can use.
Public.
Yeah, you see
Oh.
drafts go from behind the bar like
Space.
drafts. Yes, that one.
was not the name.
Nope. Nope. I was looking at D names a little bit ago. Nope. Nope.
Yuki.
Yeah, you're good.
I can try making you something basic. Otherwise, you have money to spend on things studded. If I would, I studs. Probably trade some stuff.
But I know.
Nope.
No.
Nope. You were told prices here were pretty wonky, so you'd have to.
Yeah, we were told they were all scalpers.
Where are you all going?
That's a. I don't have a destination today.
I have
I was
absolutely no
planning on
idea.
visiting.
This is literally
is-
the second city I've ever been in. First one I was in for 30 minutes.
Don't count your own as a.
I mean, I guess by your definition, it's
Hmm.
technically a grouping of houses.
I
It's
did
that-
actually pull out the finger.
a grouping of houses, I guess, by your definition, that's technically.
Aren't really.
I do actually have a question.
Study.
Study what?
Their idea of perfection. Broaden my. What's the broaden my horizon? As I'm gonna just reach down, pull out a sketchbook, and just schematics.
Look at it and go. No idea what.
I'm not sure.
I'll tell you at least from coming from a very highly dense population elves, that, as I'm pointing to your ram, does not exist. How's people? So, not gonna find much if you're trying to stuff with that thing. Basics of elves. I mean, I can feel. I mean,
It
he's
looks like
also
I do
as
anything
I point over to Luxon, also elvish.
Wait, it look like I do.
I don't know what the basics is. That doesn't exist. So, I have no relevance of what the basics are.
I've been really quiet. I just see. I need to see your character doing that.
There's some
Yeah,
mod that
indeed.
came into the.
It was a moth, and Bruno was actively like snipping at the air, trying to like a
Oh.
dog.
I'm tall enough. I can't even reach it if I jump.
You're forgetting the bloodlines here.
Oh, it's going higher.
The location that has a bunch of there a city elves.
I really don't know. Um,
Culture. I
it,
mean, you
it's
literally
elves
have
like,
2 elves here. Not the same.
who's Elvis?
Thank you very much.
Culture. I guess if you don't know anything, certainly have.
Why is it?
Plenty of short races that I've learned of.
I dealt with the gnomes as well. So.
There's the 3 I know of. No, I only
I
know
always
2.
go to
I know
you.
3. So there's dwarves, halflings, gnomes. Name more.
Children. Exactly.
Um, I'll literally like turn back into a bartender craft and go. Are there any other like elvish cities?
Because there's a whole elvish continent. They're pretty secluded, though. Hard to get there.
How secluded? Walk there.
So you know the basics of getting to where you want to go after the week's up. They have an extra level of security. It's about as hard to get there as it is to get to any of the capitals.
Difficult to get to the capital.
Never traveled.
I tried to get to.
No, I'm not carrying it. I mean, certainly find you paper if you need to pay something out.
So,
Brian, do any have a word for
a world map does not exist.
okay? So what we've seen.
Right. So people have like vague positions of city because you can cast spells to point in directions of like certain people and objects, but nobody knows distances from places because nobody
Okay, so
travels
the
from
world
places.
map is out of character.
Yeah, right. Right.
Or we're
Right.
gonna
So
come across one of Nanu's maps and we're like, "What's this?"
yeah, like you might be able to find like an old map if you go somewhere like where knowledge is kept, but for just for the general public, um, you know, some people will say like we're on the human continent. Some people will say, yeah, the dwarvish continent is to the southwest, but nobody knows how far. Nobody knows that there's like an ocean between. Generally, that kind of information is just hard to come by
Just an
because
ocean.
again, nobody travels. Right, exactly. Yeah, I mean, obviously, large bodies of water can be seen from inside the cities if they're close enough. But it's it's an odd way of looking at the world.
7 seconds. Turned on my bread.
I'm hungry,
What?
Dad. You unplug all
I
of
don't
your
actively unplug all my
Yeah.
appliances when I'm not using them.
That's
My
literally an
toaster's plugged in,
extra.
and I have used my toaster 3 times since moving into this apartment in August.
That's literally an extra second of my life that I don't have to waste every time I want to use something.
I have no idea how he even
The only
managed to do
thing
that.
I would say is the rice cooker, but that's because it's so bulky. I don't need it out taking
Yeah.
up all that counter space. I have a massive one.
My slow cooker gets unplugged, and in the at some points in the year, like over the summer, I'll generally get rid of my pour over, like my drip coffee maker for my cold brew one, but that's about it.
I have my bread maker.
Yeah.
2 days.
That's what we're saying. Loki's like, why was it plugged in? And we were like, do you unplug your appliances?
I make a loaf of bread every 2 days.
All right. So
Yeah, I don't have any paper.
Hmm.
No, I mean, I have the back of my map, but there's all over it.
your hand scribbled map
Yeah, my hand drawn
of,
map
of the force, yeah.
of the forest. Yeah. I mean, want to write on that? I don't know. Trying to write down.
Gonna be interesting. So where are you going after this?
I don't know. I kind of came how I
Why?
just kind of got pushed in a crowd of people as I was eating lots of delicious and told me, "Oh, the teleportation's happening." And I said, "What's that?" And they said, "You'll see." And then I was here.
Why did you leave?
But you said I'm not from a city. I'm confused on whether I'm from or not a city.
I was the one.
Okay, then that's weird that you're. Um,
That's what he's saying. He wasn't the one that it wasn't.
either way, I left. So much out here. Why would I not? Why would you stay in one place? That's odd. Have the
Gonna
whole
research?
life to go. Why would you wait? How long do halflings usually? Just upstep? Uh, having elves and half elves, lifespans are very different. Up there,
Halflings lived to be about 100.
They live a little longer than humans.
I mean, so if you're only you have so much of your life to live, why would you settle down in place? There's so much. I mean, you literally had never gone outside before recently. There's so much of that to explore. There's so much. Why would you just sit there? Like a waste. You only
Because
have
there's
one
more to
life.
do in it.
There's an endless world that you know nothing about out there.
Roland said,
And that's why I'm here. I'm actively doing things. You asked why I left. I'm here. I want to see experience. I don't want to perhaps think on my life.
Well, at the reason, I guess that's yours.
I mean, all of you are here in this weird city that is like that in between or somewhere else. I mean, all of you have a reason. Why you all?
Sometimes you just gotta move on. So you wanna learn about the elves? You are filthy rich. You are famous, and you are clueless.
"What are
That's kind of
you?"
I am just wondering.
what does that mean? Well, he said you're filthy rich and you don't seem. I don't know what.
Hmm.
People who have lots of money get it.
Like they find it in mud or something.
Take it.
How can you manage to do that?
Circles from that sounds very fair to me. Don't like wasting your ink. Go off and absolutely nothing wrong with that. Let people back from. Well, it's a good thing that the open world has many things to survive off. I mean, look how much meat I have as I boosh. I mean, if I'm aware of how that works. I've I've been around for winters, but
Starting to rot.
not starting to, this is already cooked. Literally just
Wild.
cooked yesterday. Fine. That we just got today, that would not be rotting. If it is,
So
then that is some
I'm
very
saying,
concerning meats. I, I know. Again, the whole survival thing, I think I've
Mm-hmm.
got that one covered. Don't have to concern yourself with that part.
So, what are you, all you gonna do? Rested.
For what?
That mean what we didn't. But I didn't. The guard captain said he know how we could have done something. That
Well,
individual who is in charge of all the hunters that are around the city. He doesn't know how we could have done things differently. I don't see how we would get.
the thing is,
Better.
whoever's in charge makes. They want you to be
Is
in
he
trouble
not in
for it.
charge? Is there someone above him?
Yes.
Who else is above him? Then how? If you don't know, then how do you know someone's above him? But he said he was. There was a lot of titles that typically the longer your name is, usually the more in charge you are, and there was a lot
there's
going on with his. How long of names are there that there's people above him?
guard
All see them
captain.
like there was very
All fear
fanciness there
within
of
itself.
I still don't. Well, him. The point to Kevin.
And I never did anything. I wasn't. For all we knew was a ransom. Had to pay them. I'm not gonna spend money
Still
to
breaks the
save them.
law.
Although somewhere I have not seen any postings about laws anywhere. Like I was not
Actually,
told anything when I entered here. Like you're
yeah,
part of that where you're where I'm
there's
from.
books with the.
But is that why is that not available when I came into?
Not for here. Laws.
So then, how are we getting in trouble if there's no real laws?
Only law is strongest.
That is a contradiction. I,
Yes, this is very unorthodox. Other cities.
hope so.
So, while you guys are all talking, the woman, noble lady, she finishes her drink. It's probably been another 15 minutes as you guys are discussing things. And she goes up, puts some money down on the counter in front of Raft, and goes upstairs as well, leaving
How
just you guys.
how many?
Roll a perception check.
Ah!
15. You see a couple of them. It's hard to tell because they are small and they're on a flat surface, but they are gold.
All gold
Yeah.
couples like.
Yeah.
And I only saw her with one drink,
Yes.
one special water. Okay, so
Just
one
one
special
special
water
water.
equals. Got it.
Yeah.
That
Just
is a
tally.
mental check
Yeah.
in Ellis's brain. All right, cool.
And you see Raph fiddling around with cups and behind the bar as you guys are talking as well. He seems to be generally just cleaning, getting ready to, turn in for the night when you guys are all finished down here. He doesn't say anything to you.
Hey, Raft.
Hmm?
I have a bunch of meats. Could I utilize your? I can try to. Also, they don't.
I mean, it ain't my kitchen. Go ahead, just clean up.
All right, thank you.
In charge draft.
I'm.
Just how?
It's not my house. The guilds and right. The guilds in Mattoon send individuals over here to set up shops and the taverns and such while everybody's staying.
Popping up. Is that
It's
really
the
big
capital.
city? That's a
Yeah.
capital. Okay, so that's
Yes.
one of the big cities. Got it.
Yes.
Very hard to get in. Thank you.
Well, Mattoon's actually rather easy to get into compared to the others.
Just said before that
Yes.
the capitals are very difficult to get.
Right. Mattoon being the exception.
How many capitals are there?
We talking all the capitals?
Yes.
I was tempted to say 20.
And as he's talking to you, he seems to be pouring drinks. And after a minute, as he's relaying all this information, he does bring a tray of drinks over to everybody. It's, the lady that just went upstairs, she paid for everybody. Said she wanted to thank you for
Not
doing what you
poison
did.
again, are they?
I you know I don't know.
How many? How many? So there's one for each of us, right?
One for each of you.
Okay.
Not counting Ram and Bruno. No.
Six. Six. Okay, that changes things. So 6 special waters.
7 special waters because their own as well.
I kind of
Yeah.
heard.
Um
There's only 5 of us.
it's hard to say what's considered a capital anymore. There have been so many changes in the world. Everybody being cut off from everybody else. Well, I mean, like I like you've all heard, getting over to where the elves are difficult. Getting any information from there, it's hard. Not many of them come through here every couple of years. But there are rumors that something happened over there, and the elves have kind of split up to their own individual races, like to be in who
How do you
knows how.
split up in
You know, wood elf, high elf, the drowls. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I don't. I wanted to
I
find out.
mean,
Different kinds of
it's.
elves.
He
Oh.
Yeah,
looks at you like elf. No. Are you sure you're an elf? Half elf?
Yes.
Roll a deception check. Fuck.
7.
You rolled an 8.
Hey,
So,
Yes.
he beat
he did. He's like, all right. So there are differences, although they used to, and this is way before our time, but they used to live all together under some sort of king or ruler. I honestly don't know what they called it. Um, that was a long time. Um, and again, rumor something happened. They all split up and went their own separate ways, and that those cities could each be called capitals. I don't
Mhm.
know.
I've never heard of us. Although I've also
Mm.
never really known my tribe to very convoluted. The the uh what the merging.
Like I said, we don't see many. I haven't ever seen an elf come through here, and this is my third teleport that I've helped staff and. Why are you coming through?
Uh, I walked in. Kind of walked in. They let me in, and then there was something about a teleport, and I kind of got pushed in, and
So
that's
your
enough.
fellow elves pushed you.
No. I went into the city of Brackenridge. I was there,
Rich.
and I was eating a bunch of food. They were having celebrations, festival, and a lot of large crowds, and I just got slowly crowd and asked what was happening. They said a teleport, and I said, "What is that?" And they said, "Yeah," and then I was here.
Huh. I've never heard of a Brackenridge. Either there's a city on the elven continent with non-elves living there, or smaller city on one of the other continents. But
Looked pretty big to me.
he literally just points at you and says, "She ain't from the elf place that we're all used to. Can't be."
Have any of you heard?
no.
Have I?
Uh, Loki, roll a history check.
Nice.
Brackenridge is a city on the continent of halflings. Mostly human. Halflings are a little bit more open than most of the other races, but yeah, you obviously have never been there, but you have seen the name. You know, your family ships.
Name. What is a continent?
Oh boy. Oh boy.
You keep using that, and I didn't question it at first because I was like, okay, he's
I
going with
drink.
it, and then
Oh boys and girls.
Raft has said it, and then now you're saying it, and I feel like I'm missing a key detail of what a continent.
A is for apple, B is for balloon, C is for continent.
Is. think it's the Elvish continent, but I'm not a halfling. Oh.
I like I grew up on the Dwarvish continent. Dwarvish and
But
Gnomish.
What are we on now? What are we on now?
Raph just
Round.
City.
Which one of these continents? Mentioning races as a part of these continents. Which one are we on now?
Same
Out of
really.
city on the
yeah,
continent.
we're in the
I don't.
I
city.
I know this in character, right? I know it out of character. I know this
Yes.
in.
You would know. Luxon would also know, and I would say Kevin would probably know. The empty city is
We're on the human continent, right?
How far away is halfling?
I mean,
Not think of
Look.
it's all impossibly far.
what you all did. That's usually pretty unheard of. Nobody travels outside the cities. Nobody knows how far they are from one another. We teleport.
So if I say that was not my first time, that's even odd.
You just in general are pretty odd, not gonna lie, ma'am.
To be fair, you are all very odd to me.
That's it goes both ways. You walk around with a bear and you don't know 90% of anything anybody says, so
I'm gonna try. So I see this special water that has
Yeah.
weird. I've
Oh.
never had special.
Special.
Yeah, it's just a
I
little
already
thing.
told my buddy.
How big is it?
It's like a flagon. Yeah, it's fairly large.
I take a sip. What is?
It's not terrible like ale, but it's not like top shelf. It's lower middle. Say like a 4 out of 10, 5
I
out
mean,
of 10.
this is the virgin. Probably just
It's not the spring water you're used to or the teas.
Can I taste same?
Yeah.
that's disgusting.
have
Sit down.
had-
I mean, I
How
already
much are
know
the
of
drinks?
its effects. That was all explained, and that just seemed odd to me. Although the fact that you all actively do it and multiple people constantly do effects does have me very intrigued.
Rav, what's the purest alcohol you?
I think I might have brought in a handle of some dwarvish whiskey with it. A bottle, 2 gold. It ain't great. Yeah, he'll go back
Win it
behind the
for how
thing.
much?
While that
Yeah.
transaction, like when people aren't like looking.
Yeah. Yeah, every time everybody focuses somewhere else other than Ellis, she just downed it. It
Did
was
you
easy
just-
enough with like after a moment you guys start seeing her flush a little bit.
Not that good. I didn't dump, but it's not fantastic either.
Advantage.
We're not there. Just this is just a single She's feeling pretty good after the first one.
Pretty loosey goosey.
Yeah.
God damn it, Alex.
As
like eating this.
Yeah.
as we're walking, I just can't hear. That woman. It's
Yeah, when you stand up, it's definitely like you know how every now and again in the morning you stand up real quick and everything like takes like wobbles for a sec. Yeah. And we're good. All right. So anything with the rest of you as Gwen and split off to take the meat kitchen out that right away. And you guys will find like not a lot, but there's a little bit of like salts and stuff that you can use your stuff
I'm just
after.
trying to make it
Yeah.
last.
Yeah. That's fine.
Also, poison.
That's probably a good
Yeah, the
idea.
thing with poison glue.
So Loki and Ellis, you guys would like to some cooking checks. Ellis, for you, it's just a wisdom check. Yeah. It's with your cooking utensils, whatever check that
Okay.
is. Oh,
Check is that. Wow.
let's make this wisdom based.
That's great.
Yeah, just add your you can add your proficiency just because you're proficient. Just because okay, you don't know what exactly you're cooking. 17?
Win.
It's nice. I got
Yeah,
an
when you 18. Nice. Yeah, so you
I
guys
suppose
yeah, so
I have a good
yeah.
so
So
I would
Ellis,
hope Greg has a
you're you know, you're used to, cutting, curing and like packing away rations and stuff. And obviously, Gwen, you have cooking experience. So although you're unfamiliar with the meats, purify it and do what you can to make it edible and preserve.
yeah, basically with Ellis, you're just raw technique of like handling meats, but like anything fancy beyond that,
Yeah.
it's just yeah.
Like you prep it, she cooks it type of thing. So again, as though they're all in the kitchen. How about the rest of you? Kevin, Loxon, Damon.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah.
try to get
Cool. Yeah, you guys at this point have all been given room all like a dozen rooms, so everyone themselves.
I will
Fresh water. Says yeah, that's glasses and up need flipping up
oh,
some
I would have
chairs for the
absolutely like
night.
brought my glass and like
Oh,
have
yeah.
cleaned my own flagon like that.
For sure, for sure. So as you guys all Damon, just to just to figure out whether or not you're gonna have a point of exhaustion. Roll a tinker. With-
intelligence.
Sure. Cool. So you're able to, prep it and you said you wanted to do it like before you
Before going to
sleep.
bed.
Right. So you take your Dwarvish whiskey, which I'm sure you'll need. And, after about a half an hour or so, you guys start to hear grunts and screams of pain coming from Damon's room, just periodically, but
If I heard screams of
primal.
pain, I'd be
Yeah.
barging in.
Yeah. Tiny leg.
Oh,
You
Oh,
did-
also,
Is your door
My
They-
door
they're-
is not locked.
a
I was gonna say,
bear
they're
burst through
Ram,
your
Ram
room?
is
A
Okay.
bear burst through your room with
Micro,
Ellis
you
with
are
a
a robot.
bow drawn coming in.
Okay, so Malachi, please describe to
gaming on the floor, arm wrapped, a bit of Corvus whiskey on the side as he has cut off his own hand.
What are you doing?
As the blood is not gushing everywhere, he's actually proficient in medicine. Cut off the blood circulation to knows what he's doing. Cut off his hand as it's on the floor. As you see him reaching into Ram, not even bothered by you guys entering. What? Ow! And pulling out this mechanical hand.
Um, why?
your hand.
Why are you freaking? As I'm just gonna.
he's attaching a mechanical hands onto his bloodied stump.
Uh,
No, this is during the middle of the night.
Yeah.
You're-
It's only like a
It's
half
the long
hour.
rest.
Right.
Like a half hour or so into
Alright.
this.
Come on, Warlock slots, come into play.
You want to roll damage for me, Ryan? I will definitely roll damage.
Yeah,
you
sure.
lost a hand.
Yeah.
That's a significant amount of damage.
Take 12
Come on.
points of slashing damage.
Ah, more. I can take it.
We're good.
You said 12?
12, yeah, just for right now.
What's wrong with you? As I'm just still. Could you pass me the wrench? Ram, could you pass me the wrench?
Huh.
Probably the wrong size. There, you have a lot of wrenches.
Yeah. Nope. No, the other size 13 Ram.
No, I'll put-
Don't stain the floors. I almost get in trouble for that with my hides.
Yeah, that one. The worst.
It was a clean, but it's fine. Oh,
Yeah.
just give a few minutes. And I'm actually.
Shut up.
Yeah, so you guys fully.
Yeah,
Uh,
that raw like skin at the end of the stump where you fixed your hand, all kind of like it's itchy,
Ow.
but it stopped bleeding.
Ow. Oh. Here we go. Why are you all here, by the way? It hurt.
Yeah.
On my hand. As I'm gonna like
Oh, the
test out my
dog.
new hand, as my hand is
Take
actually
it?
I'm pretty sure that's illegal. We should report him.
legal about it.
You mutilated a human body.
Myself, I can say
Still illegal.
no.
Let's ask them. Hey, can someone go get a car?
But I'm like just testing my fingers, and my fingers actually go
Oh.
backwards and forwards
On the robot arm or on the arm arm?
on the robot arm.
Oh, that's regular. I think he's bent backward. He's superior double jointed on all of his fingers.
I'm going downstairs.
As I'm gonna
Sitting
take
on
a
the table.
swig of the dwarven. All right, I'm gonna go to bed. Ram, as I'll just throw some rags on the floor. Set up. I have 300, and I just moved
Oh, you also don't have an
one
arm
step
now.
one step closer towards perfection.
I am gonna go back to my room before anybody else comes in. Sees me dead. Yeah.
All right.
I'm
Yeah.
tired. I'm going to bed.
Did what? Yes.
I'm
So,
I'm never
question,
crazy person.
Damon. What did you do with the hand?
It's still sitting there on the floor. I haven't done it.
I mean, you could mark down a ration if you
No.
want.
If anything, he's probably gonna pickle it.
Okay. It will eventually.
I'll just
Hi.
toss it to someone next time they see the hand. I got a spare.
A bear that'll fucking throw down.
Give the entire party PTSD.
Is He's going to section it.
Mhm.
Oh, I went to my room.
There's like a hole in like the ceiling, and he's like talking from it. Like, I wanted to be a part of it. Quiet down there. I'm trying to sleep. I think
All
we'll
right.
just. Is the room big?
Yeah, I mean Bruno is a medium creature, so he could sleep on the floor. That's
I'm
pretty
making
well.
sure. How big is the bed?
It's a twin size, small.
That's when-
Sure. Yeah. I mean, again, it's a smaller room, but the two of you can fit it.
Would we both curl up on the bed? Like as he's like one of those dogs that like gets up that's
Yeah.
way too big to
So,
be like.
so as you lay down on the bed, and he starts putting his like front paws up there to like get up with you, you hear the bed start to.
If I get off and he gets on, does it still creak?
Yes, it
Integrity
does.
of the
I'm not gonna
So
sleep comfy. Oh, so I'll sleep on the floor.
so yeah, as he's like settling in on the comfy material, you definitely hear the wood like do that, stress cracking, but it doesn't like you don't hear any breaking. But it's definitely like towards the
It's
upwards of it. So
borderline.
yeah,
No, I don't want to risk breaking someone's,
yeah,
bed in
yeah,
their
yeah, yeah.
house. So
Right,
I'm
right.
gonna
That's rude.
I'll sleep on the floor on him like I haven't
Cool.
been,
Sounds good.
and
Any other?
I will specifically I'll kind of even say the bird reverie.
Okay, Selman kind of puts his head on you.
So impractical.
You don't understand Sylvan, do you, Luxon?
No,
No. Okay.
no one does.
Right.
That's
Right.
why
Right.
she's learned that safe conversation with Bruno is Sylvan.
I got
Yes.
a couple.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
other
So,
than
but
Draconic.
yeah. So she'll say she has to practice not the reverie.
So for the rest of you, any other like things you want to do as you settle in for the night?
Nightly prayer for Kevin, and that's it.
To your
Why me? All right. So as you guys all pass out for the night, um, wake up. Wake up in the morning.
I get up at the
Um,
break.
break it down. Coming downstairs immediately.
Absolutely. You
You're
get
not really the
ready.
first one up. Yeah.
You gotta use the daylight.
Right.
That's where everything happens. Daylight.
So you come downstairs. Nobody's up yet. You're the first one. But soon after the break of dawn, probably half hour or so, Raph comes downstairs, looks at you like in surprise, and then starts like getting the place situated and ready for the day. Kind of like just gives you a nod, doesn't say anything.
I'll ask him if he needs.
No, I'm good. That's what I get paid for. But eventually everybody starts trickling downstairs. You do not, however, at least for this part of the morning, the noblewoman and the hooded don't come downstairs. The man and the young girl do come down, and they try to keep their distance from you guys a little bit. Um, the young girl kind of averts her gaze and seems a little bit skittish around you all and mechanical ram and the bear and
Do
but
do they
but
come
they
down before the rest, like
um
the kid?
so like everybody doesn't come down all at one time, so it's like one at a time, and they probably come towards the tail end of the group. Yeah.
The ta- I will actually go.
Uh-huh. And you see her like kind of like scooch closer to the dad.
And
Again, a
I
little shy,
100%
skittish.
have Bruno.
Yeah, for sure. And
Um,
you see him like, come on, man. Like my daughter's obviously a little afraid. Like, can you just have your bear not?
Hungry.
I'm sorry. I just want happened. Um,
Look, I appreciate it, and if you guys fixed whatever happened yesterday, great. And I thank you. Just ke- keep the bear over there.
I mean that lady bought us water.
That was a special water.
It's a thing that has the intoxication.
No.
Warning, child.
Yeah. Like, look, if you keep bugging us, I'm gonna have to call the guard.
I'm sorry. I wasn't trying.
You you just offered alcohol to my daughter.
I've literally just had it for the.
Have your friends explain it.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll. Good morning. Can I sit down next to her and go? I can't. Kids have special water. You're small. You can have it.
Oh God. Oh yeah.
You're the smallest one in the group.
You're the
guess I
babysitter,
am.
man. You chose.
How old do you have to be? Weird rules. Okay, then what? Uh, so it was bad that I offered that young child special.
Hmm.
I offered her and her father. That that
No.
wouldn't. I thought that's what you did as like a thank you thing. That's what that lady did to
Or
us. But how do you? I would. Can you write out the ages for drinking? Because that's gonna make things very confusing. If that is how you say thank you here, I'm gonna need more information. Write that down for me. I'll just reference my notes every time I need to say thank you.
got
It's just a list of a bunch of races and the ages. I like to imagine like races going into a taverns going, I would like one ale. Race and age as he pops on this massive tome and just flips over.
Yeah.
Sub race. It's such weird ways of saying goodbye, of saying thank you. All right, I'll have to figure
Okay.
that. We'll figure it out later.
Hit them. She
Why would I
touched
hit
them.
them?
Okay, okay. Him as in violent.
So offering special water is how you court someone as well as say thank you. That's got to be awfully confusing.
So, after fashion, you guys were kind of told to hang out and not leave until you heard word from the guard. About an hour goes by after you guys all met downstairs.
Uh-huh.
Um, and an individual comes, drafts letters. Raft thanks him, gives him a couple of coins. Like you don't see them, you just hear them kind of clinking. Raft opens them up, reads them. Uh, well, I got news for you all if you want to hear it. Not as bad as it could be, but not as good as it could be as either. Well, first off, and he kind of like opens up, the way he's speaking.
Days rush.
No,
What?
what's that?
We're not sponsored right now, are we?
We are.
Here we are.
I didn't say anything bad.
Um, so he kind of addresses the room first. Says, so it looks like the inn is going to um take it. Everybody's going to be allowed to go in for questioning on the 5th day. That's for everybody, and for your group specifically, being fines, nor are you being arrested. Or it looks sent an escort or time spent outside tavern. It doesn't say. It just says an escort.
Uh, um, I wanted to say last night as I
Didn't. Oh,
You're crazy.
Sarah.
why not? Wrong with that?
Yeah, go ask some people wrong with that.
Oh, it's in I put in
Ellis.
as Raph is seeing the mechanical hand. I didn't mean to disturb you.
Um, this escort, is there one here now? So if you wanted to leave now, we get the call for. Once they
Oh,
go.
it says they're sending someone over to stay here.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Do we know who?
Yeah. It does not say. I
Okay, well
assume
then
it'll
how do
be
we
one of the
know?
guard. You
He's
know
the
as much as I
third
do.
gate.
It is the third. Yeah, so if you guys had any plans that you wanted done, I would suggest plan them out if somebody has to go with. Might be good though, especially if it's one of the guards. They might know where things are a little bit better than the rest of you.
Does anyone want to go out and do anything? I certainly want to.
Fuck with that. Well, kind of points at Ellis specifically.
I'm only half.
Right.
Right over his head. Cousin?
Yeah. Yeah, it's just so funny because I'm sure like half the party is just like kind of like yeah.
Yeah, there is. The only one who has not done an insight check is Kevin and Damon.
Damon,
And
yeah,
Damon's just so
they just take it piece.
oblivious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Kevin probably just doesn't care.
Yep.
Yeah. So like I said, I've done this a few times. Usually, what people do when they come through is they either have a place in mind that they are trying to go to, and they have a backup, so they're not stuck here and they get denied going to their first choice. Absolutely.
Last night I was denied.
I thought that was just because you.
That weird. That w- back then.
Everyone here is weird to me, but you are of a different level.
Coming from the person questioning everything. Uh, he says, yes. Smaller cities are generally pretty easy to get into. They'll just do general questions, make sure you're not trying to smuggle in anything, or you're not heading somewhere specifically for heinous purposes. You're not planning on committing crimes in your new place of residence, et cetera, et cetera. But some of the more difficult places to get into are the capitals, and some of the cities are a little bit more secluded, and they either have only a limited number of slots of people in them every 3 years, or they're looking for specific people. Like generally, the dwarves gnomes like to have crafters and such go to their cities for apprenticeships, and
Yeah, that's why.
so
Tune, I've heard, is one of the biggest cities. Why don't we just go there? You also said it was pretty.
in comparison to the other capitals, yeah, it's a little.
How's that compared to a smaller city?
Um, generally, you'd still need some sort of recommendation or something to in. However, a lot of the general population soon either wants to leave Mattoon or they're a part of the guild. Not know your history.
I know my history.
Generally, when something goes bad in the world, something happens to Mattoon. It's
Like, what sort of bad
dubbed a cursed city,
things happen there?
like worldwide dragon attacks and gods.
First place that gets
So there's always something happening there.
No,
happen.
when something happens, it
Usually
or at least a part of it.
I love the fact this whole campaign. I feel like Ryan's watching me specifically for all of my reactions.
What dumb shit's coming out of Alice's mouth next? Use my language.
Come smack.
I think we should go.
Well, again, like I said, you would still need some sort of sponsor. It's generally easier to get one than some of the other cities, but there are some guild members and whatnot. Looks like your friend here, and he kind of has some capabilities. Does so he might be able to get in.
I
Me? No, no.
What?
I don't have the authorization. Sorry,
Us.
I don't have name. I'm sure any of the guard captains or even the commander could
Oh
if
well,
you get on
we
their
met
good
one just
side.
recently. We can ask them.
Yeah, I know. I was there.
I'm aware it was obvious fact.
Right,
We can
and
just ask them.
there are also members of some of the guilds here in the city that try to get individuals to come over every time. So
Or we try asking clubs that we can try talking to.
which
I don't
guild
think
do
you
you
can
belong
talk
to?
about the god.
say again. Yeah, I'm a part of the guild of the innkeepers.
Also, you're not allowed to
That
mention
might be
her.
what you want. As I'm like looking when. Oh,
She
that's
did say
right.
she
You
was going upstairs.
did.
Yeah.
You did.
And you cannot mention the god or her.
What? What?
Is that still in effect? We can't talk about her?
Oh,
I don't think
the
Right. Yes. Yeah.
I don't think
The
we can
the,
mention her.
the lady from yesterday.
Hmm?
Yeah. Yeah. If any of you try when you wake up to say anything about her, still find your words fumbling,
let's
even
just
when
either
nobody's
talk
around.
to Urias Law, or we can talk to one.
Hi. Right?
Uh, kind of left with like an air of just getting really have a destination.
Have a name,
You have a name.
a title.
Yeah.
And your dad, those
You're,
own a
Name
Name
dropping,
drop.
aka Karen.
Let's just talk to my.
I
and that'll
know the
work.
boss.
I did.
You
Gwen's
know who I am.
didn't Gwen's family had cycles maybe?
You have to get it from someone inside this.
Usually, yeah. People, if they're going to one of those places, they either try to get one while they're here or they come with one.
Or we
Yeah,
could
we
just
want-
go up to them and tell them we want to go in. Sometimes let us in.
Yeah, like I said, there's always those guilds. Talk to them.
Yeah, I
Hopefully.
mean, if you have the skills, show them off. See, get in.
What sort of guilds are in town that so they
Mm,
tend to
they're
cater-
usually all represent. You know, there's an alchemist guild and guild.
Okay, I mean, I'm sure I can find something with my skills.
There is I do know of a higher level. There's a higher skilled smithy in town. Um, his mate, his name's Barry Hoxson. None of the shops are names here, so you would have to just get directions. I don't know where he's at, but he would definitely be able to get you in if any of you are capable with
I
working
just
with
kind of
metal.
point
Yeah.
towards Ram.
Yeah, he does bigger work. That seems a little bit more intricate.
I
Very
point
Hoxson.
out my armor.
Barry.
Very.
Very, very.
He's not like super high up in the Smith Guild, but he does have some clout. He can get you in.
Not really.
What
really
city
useful
does he
guild.
represent?
Oh, all of the workers here currently live in Mitsune. Mitsune sponsors this every 3.
I think that's an easy. That
Yeah, I'm sure you could find some higher level is that could get a message out if you needed one. Pay for it, depending on where it's going. I honestly couldn't tell you where. You'd probably just have to ask around.
with that Barry Barriers with animals that are inside. Are they just ones that birds inside? Are they not birds that can go outside? So like they are also barred from Barry.
I actually don't know the answer to that. I know that some of the cities raise livestock and such, but I've never really paid
I just
attention.
didn't know if that livestock could outside, or if an aviary go outside back in.
He seems generally confused, like doesn't know the answers here. I
What?
honestly thought about it.
That's a joke.
Okay.
Like again, usually, I mean, you're obviously an odd case, but nobody really leaves the cities. All of the ranching and farm handling happens within cities. There's lands that are sanctions that get set aside for that type of thing.
Quietly, I did not have any issues. Time I ever had issues, I was with them, and they are very loud and clunky, large amounts of lights in darkness.
That would be a problem.
Very much so. I tried to warn them, but otherwise, if you light on your feet, navigate.
I would love to believe you, but I've heard some stories.
I think
I
it's
mean,
just he see where you're from.
I'm
That's
here.
around here. Different.
Said you never saw any of those.
I mean, I saw creatures out in the distance, but I didn't interact with them. I didn't. They also didn't know. Again. I look at you, and then I look at Ram, and then I look back at you.
I take off this armor. I'm really like.
But you have the armor on is issue.
Start taking off the armor.
What type of
Naked.
armor do you have on?
Tell me on it.
Camo.
Are you wearing something under your armor?
Yeah.
Okay. That's a legitimate question.
My curiosity. Oh, great.
Oh
Oh.
no!
That's gone forever.
I'm scared.
You'll never have to use that. You're fine. D8
What's a
are never
D8?
used.
I'll tell you what. You're a monk. You got a while yet before you use one of
Don't worry
these,
about your
buddy.
hit dice. Don't worry about your hit dice.
Yeah. Never.
Yeah.
All right. So, a little bit of discussion. He knows a little bit, but generally no like specifics. He can't really direct you to, again, any magic casters for messages or any of these, other people that might be able to get you. That's where you want to go. So it didn't say, and not long after you asked that, probably right around noon or so, another individual walks in, not really as a guard, as the letter kind of said it would be, but you see a younger guy, probably in his early 20s, like lighter brown hair. It's shaved on the back and sides.
Uh-huh.
It's pulled back, on the top. He has a leather armor on, but it's like riddled with studs and straps and pockets. And he has two swords strapped to his back, and he walks in, kind of like, not like cocky, but definitely like confident. And see, he just kind of looks around the room. Ah, you must be the ones I'm babysitting today.
As I looked around,
Yeah, that's right. I meant starting today.
so
Don't
there's
say.
only just one of you.
Just me. Probably all
What
you
if-
need.
What if like multiple of us need to?
You're either going out individually or you're going together.
I mean, you said you didn't do anything. I want to start trying to talk to guild thing.
Yeah, we could do that.
I
Awesome.
wanted to. Yeah, I wanted to talk to Barry.
Wait, Barry who? The blacksmith?
Which one of you lot's Luxin?
Why did I see Luxon doing that? Is he just messing with stuff in the background?
Hey, he walks up to you, Luxin, and he like puts out a hand. Hey, he shakes it rather enthusiastically. Like, your dad was one of my role models growing up. Just want to meet you.
Oh, don't need a pass. Maybe.
Well, who's asking? And what's your name? Hayden. You as well. He doesn't shake your hand. Yeah.
I mean,
I
this
just wanted
you've already lost a lot of daylight. Do you want?
He like
Oh,
looks
Quinn-
outside.
But Gwen, you went here. Talk to one of those guild thingies, and see if we try to get it.
Why do you want to go
City?
there?
How would you not? Are happening.
Nothing
The
happens.
thirst.
That's exactly the opposite of what I just heard.
It's honestly rather boring.
Okay, then what's the exciting city?
Honestly, I'm actually rather interested in what you all did yesterday. I've always wanted to go out and.
Well, I can tell you that, but first I need to know what city you're trying to go to.
What city are you trying to go to? What you
I
want to
just
do?
asked which one's most like those things happening.
I only know Mattoon, and it's boring.
How do you know if that's boring if everything?
Because I live there in a bulb.
Fun.
Fight?
I can tell you about it while we're walking to. Is there like a woodworker contest?
Beats me.
I
No?
Raph, I thought you said he was gonna be knowledgeable.
Knowledgeable.
Rapt literally just shrugged. I don't know, man.
Found
How
it.
about this?
I mean, what are you looking for? 'Em?
Said a gear that as is in hunting or leatherworking. Strongest.
Just want to get into a guild.
I would like a recommendation, so
Oh,
Need-
I could do that. Yeah, I'll take it there.
said you didn't know where they were.
I don't know where that one specifically is, but I know where they recommend people.
Okay, that works. That works. Do that.
Yeah. There's specific teleporters for the capital cities, and Platoon has a few individuals that try to rope people in to come into the city. If you're skilled enough or wealthy enough. Cool. Anywhere else? On the list? When you hold on, when you say that, Gwen, Raph says, we don't really have a representative in the city. Yeah. It's not really it's not an area that we're like Mitsun's hurting for individuals, so they don't really go out and about to look for them. Sorry.
Away.
Oh, I'm just looking to be a +1, so I'm gonna tag along and see who has an extra ticket they can lend me.
Oh, further out. I like it. Ask around for some mages, but I don't know any off the top. Yeah. All right,
Disappointing.
where to first? All right.
Will work.
Yeah, let's go.
We're following you.
And
How
yeah,
fast is
normal walking speed. Very
he?
human.
As
Yeah.
around-
All Make a charisma check.
I'm
If you're
gonna do that.
proficient in persuasion, you could add that.
I want
Yeah.
to do that. I want to ask about exciting city, and I 100% have brewed up every person I go talk to. Nice. Hey, we're level 4.
Yeah.
I know. I'm just like,
Problem with having low level and very high level
Yes.
characters.
Okay.
between 'em.
So, Ellis, go ahead and roll a charisma check as well for your question.
Nice.
Luxon, there are a few people, more of those stand-up stalls and such, and
Uh-huh.
you ask somebody that looks like they know what they're doing. Um, Eventually, you'll get a couple of people that say there's a few people that have been doing that, like in some of the stalls, but none of them can point anywhere in particular. However, there is an individual that goes by the name of Old Man Warren that's staying in another inn that is self dubbed an old adventurer and seems like he knows some magic.
I'm picturing like we're walking down the street and people have stands and their soapboxes and they're saying, Mattoon, come to Mattoon.
Yeah.
It's like a
Most
college campus for joining
so
clubs.
so
Yeah.
the thing is, like down like the main strip, it's mostly like individuals trying to sell the items for up jump prices. However, when he gets to your first destination, which is like where Ellis wants to ask around about guilds and stuff, it is pretty much exactly that. There's a couple of like smaller, like makeshift tents like areas that have individuals with various tools of the trade behind them that seem to be trying to get people to like basically sign up for guilds and go to one city or another. And it's a pretty large area. It's set off a little bit from like any of the other larger groupings of buildings here. And there's a couple of teleporter rings behind where the tents are set up that are that are smaller than the ones that you guys came in on and set further away from the center of the city. They're kind of like towards the outer. They're separate. I'd say that they are, capital cities kind of have their own thing. However, Ellis, what did you roll for your charisma check?
Natural.
Cool. And you were asking for
But
interesting cities.
interesting stuff like that. Like, I want to know what places things are happening.
Okay. Okay. So two things. Two things that really catch your attention. One person, one human swears to you up and down that he came from the city of Dragonpool, and they are adventuring in the world, going outside of their city walls and expanding their territory.
Dragonborn? I heard dragon porn.
No, Dragonborn.
Or
Yeah.
I heard dragon porn and I was like, what? I was so confused.
Yes. And then the
So
other
they're expanding
one,
their territory.
they're trying to expand their territory. Yes. And other one is there you go. There is a small family. There's husband, wife, two daughters, and son. Uh, they tell you that they're from a place called the Wind Dynasty, and there's like uh, some individuals from the Feywild that are supposed to be coming to treat with the leaders there soon. Yeah. Those are like the two most interesting tidbits of information you find as you're walking to the guild area. and that's WYN for win.
Heard.
Yeah. But Alex did point out we're about at the 2 hour mark, so we'll take our break here before any talking of the guild members happen.
Guild member. If we're gonna pledge.
Yes.
Pretty-
Well, maybe. Don't know yet.
I am gonna run an ad. Awesome.
It's
That's only
duplicate.
awesome.
It's
Wow.
what?
Yeah, it's hell.
What? Firecracker? Mm, there we go.
Don't have any screen.
I don't know
You're
which
showing
one.
us.
Oh,
Yeah.
Professionally.
There you go.
The ingredient aside.
Another they have lots of burgers. Talking about.
Ice.
Get the
Yep.
bulgogi.
Carl, I'm sweet.
That's, I mean, the best example I have of that. My grandmother eats like a bird, and I brought the sweet chili pork and rice bowl. I've
Oh,
never heard
That
the
was
expression "eats
so
like a bird."
easy.
all the
Awful. Have you
time.
never heard the expression "eats like a bird" before? I saw that look.
Wasn't making a face.
Oh,
No, I have not heard that phrase before though, but that was not what I was making. I say I'm watching the images and they look good, and I'm just here. You never had sriracha mayonnaise before?
I
Neither am I.
never
I still
tried
had it.
I love the matcha. Like this,
bread
the
is
pasta.
Wild chicken. It is this shit, and it's only. I really.
Actually, this is a one potter. Pasta in everything.
the Zoom tech. I'll be making this mushroom and herb shepherd's pie tomorrow. I just realized it's vegetarian.
Yeah,
A lot of
they have
vegetarian.
the mac and cheese.
I know
So
mac.
by far.
Oh,
That reminded me to
pomegranate.
go up my next.
I know pep. Yeah.
I was trying to find like some of my favorite recipes. They switched. I was talking about. It's so good.
They also had different type of enchiladas. They have ones where meat in them, ground beef with some tomato sour cream sauce for fresh lemon zest.
Flautas.
The flautas, that's what they were called.
That's what they are. These ones. But those were some of my favorite ones, and a lot of these also keep well because we got enough for the 4 people, but there's only 3 of us,
hmm
and I took a lot of these recipes to work. So like he'd
Oh,
make it before
yeah.
work, and then we'd portion out one, and a lot of them kept well.
They
The
warm
flautas
really
and the
well.
enchiladas are the ones that are very.
Yeah, a lot of the items that are included are normally like a portion or two of vegetables, a portion of protein, and depending on your diet, you can vegetarian, you can choose vegetarian. They have a meat option for if you're into wellness and bodybuilding, a heavy protein option, beans and other protein sources. They have a lot of options, but I do
They have
love
keto?
uh, what they give you. Chinese, Mexican, Greek. Honestly, they have a lot of things, and all the vegetables always look really fresh when they. Um, I think
They also have suggestions like if you're allergic to something or need to substitute anything out, they give you suggestions of how to substitute something out.
recently they added an option where if you, a lot of the protein is like beef, pork, or chicken or something like that. They give you the option to switch it out. If you don't want to eat pork, you can switch it out for beef. And the side, the vegetable, many recipes have roasted potatoes. They give you the option to green beans or something else. So you can switch it out. So the recipe as advised, or you can switch it out for like green beans instead of mashed potatoes. Either way, if you don't want to have potatoes every day. Uh, all their ingredients look really fresh, really simple to make. A lot of times I overdid it with using containers, but the recipe tells you you can mix everything in one. I just like to keep it separate. Tiffany likes something else. I like something else. So everyone can make their own bowl. Everyone can make their own plate, and it's super easy to plan. With the discount code they're offering, I think you can get meals a week for 4 people for only $35.92. I think that's what it costs you. I think the normal price is $75. You can choose meat and veggies, vegetarian, eat and wholesome. The family friendly, honestly, is the best one for us. Lots of options. The quick and easies, I think those recipes don't take any longer than 15 minutes. A lot of times it's just
They're also color
clean,
coded, so you know
wash,
which
put in the
one does
oven.
it.
Yeah, I love that. The color, especially if you want like if you want chicken on Monday, you can look through your cookbook and just look for the greens. Pork, I think is gray. Beef is red. Pescatarian, I honestly never looked at their pescatarian menu. I don't think we.
Uh, I don't recall if we did.
I know that we were
I
on
think
the
it's mostly beef. We got some sloppy joes,
because you work.
pork,
I
chicken.
believe 4 people, 5 recipes a week because you can switch it out. Like if you only want to cook 1 or 2 days a week, you can 2 recipes a week, recipes a week. We
I think
decided
it
to
was
go
4 for
with the
4.
5. Are we on the?
Yeah, so that way we have like one day I could eat out or just.
Yeah, we were cooking almost every day, except for the weekend. The weekend, even with the discount cook, you're almost saving $70. That's a lot of savings, right? And if you get the code, you get like I think 3 free gifts, 3 free gifts with your purchase. But I do know that in our recipe book, uh, we rate them. The most popular meals that we have had were the buffalo spice chicken cutlet, beef meatballs with the one pot bean chili. That was good.
Yeah, that was the one that we had quite often in the beginning because it was just so easy just to kind of throw it in there and
Toss
set it and
everything
forget
in,
it.
simmer, set it and forget it. The chicken sausage spaghetti bologna. That was interesting. I've never had chicken sausage. Tasted um
Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
oh yeah, I've had that for
It was surprisingly like there's a lot of things that I would not have tried
The pork
if
katsu.
if it didn't come with it. Like the Thai coconut pork meatballs. I would have never tried that. One, coconut rice sounds weird, and two, it's just it's not in my like. I'm a fast food. I
It,
eat burgers.
Coconut rice sounds weird. Coconut rice is so good.
I just
As someone that doesn't like coconut rice is really
yeah,
good.
the
I didn't
jasmine
know how
rice.
good it was.
We
That's what I'm
only
saying.
we only ever cooked long grain rice in this house, like literally white rice from the store. They gave us jasmine rice, they gave us coconut rice, they gave us Thai rice. We ate so
It was
much
just
more new stuff. Soy.
Oh,
quinoa.
Sesame
uh,
soy pork bowls. I never had soy and it was so good.
what type of coconut rice are you talking about? Are you talking about the
Um,
shaved coconut shaped as rice? Or are you talking about rice made with coconut milk?
It was rice made with coconut milk. This
Yeah,
specific
that's a good
recipe
one.
is rice made with coconut milk. They provided all the ingredients and they let you portion out how much. I think they actually gave us a little bit more uh, than we did in this specific one.
A lot of the
But yeah,
recipes were some of the like the meatball.
oh my gosh! Whenever they send you like balsamic vinegar or like a tiny little, they come in these tiny little bottles, and it's so cute and adorable. It's absolutely
Yeah,
amazing and
like
fun. I
on
love that stuff.
on this bag, you can see the percentage. It was literally like 0.5 ounces. It's measured for the recipe, and
Mhm.
different recipes call for different portions. And sometimes they send you like a bag of sour cream, and it's like 0.5 ounces of sour cream. Like right here, you can see they send me 4 pouches, and the tomato paste they send it in a little pouch or a little container, depending on what the recipe. Super simple to not mess it up. I never know how much to toss in there. When it cooks down, it dehydrates a little. Sometimes you think you're missing not the right. Takes to
May
guessing
I
the amount.
just say, I have never heard or seen of anything called Tex-Mex paste.
X-Mex paste is tomato sauce
That makes
with
sense.
chili powder and grounded jalapenos in it.
Yeah.
I
I've
tasted it.
never heard of such a thing.
Tex-Mex is-
Let me just tell you, do not taste the ingredients raw. Because I tasted a few of them and I'm like, this is disgusting. You gotta cook them.
That
You
makes sense.
gotta cook them. You gotta mix them. You gotta add
Who
water.
would have thought food tastes better cooked?
Yeah.
Oh, the premium one. This is the baby back ribs with mac and cheese. Oh, the premium stuff is worth the extra money.
Oh yeah.
It really is.
I think one time we ordered the surf and turf. It was fish, baby back ribs, shrimp with mac and cheese toast.
You can also add like in this picture right here, that garlic bread didn't come with it. We added that on. Sometimes they'll have like little things that you can add on, either as gifts or stuff like that, and so it just enhances because you don't go out and buy it.
Yeah, honestly,
Uh,
HelloFresh was at it how many years? Have two.
It was obviously quite a bit.
Yeah,
It was,
I cannot
yes.
tell you specifically the amount of time. The answer is yes.
we have
And
had it for a good significant amount of time.
we didn't have to return or call them very often about quality. Like maybe 4 or 5 times, and each time they either refunded the box.
Let me
They
see.
were very easy to deal with customer service. They were very easy to deal with everything. And
I'm trying
if
to.
there's ever a problem, it's so easy to contact them and get it resolved. And
Yeah, I think one time they sent us the wrong bag, so it was a different recipe. They told me I could go online and see what the recipe for my ingredients were, so I could still make the food. Everything was there. It was just for a different recipe. And they gave us a credit for that. An apology. I think one time the vegetables weren't in the bag. But then we got like a box a couple days later that replaced them, which was fine. They communicated with us. They told us about it.
So anytime
Yeah.
there's a problem, you can just contact customer service and it'll be fine. But honestly, as you can tell, we loved the service, and I it saves so much time. I don't have to go shopping. I hate shopping for food.
And honestly,
Really do.
it for meals because if we didn't go out to eat the other day, honestly, we saved way more than I expected. I am ashamed to say how much we spent on fast food.
Yes.
It was amazing how much we saved.
Yeah.
The only downside is you have to do dishes, but then you just do the one pots and it's a. You don't want to do dishes. You don't want to do clean. Pick up the quick and easy. Pick up a one pot. Put it all in the stove.
Right, but I think we are good. Can we message the DM to get back in place? Because wait. Once again, wait on our time slot.
We
We were
a little bit.
a little bit,
Just a
Just-
little bit.
just a tad, but you know.
Well, he's already here. Lost it.
Uh,
What? Congratulations.
Hey.
Right.
It takes a second.
porn. There it is.
It takes a second.
Oh, eyes. Correct.
Yep.
So, I wanted to back up just a little bit. On your way to guilds, while some of you are talking to some of the patrons on the street, finding the um, Caden here would ask some of you all just general questions. Hey, where you from? Which where you planning on going? Don't have to role play any of those answers. But just striking up a conversation generally. Most of the time, starting his questioning at Luxon. And then towards the end of the walk, when you guys start this area of the guild member, Luxon, he would ask you just up, ever think about coming a god? Want to? Why? Fun. Boring, but fun. Pays well. By boring, I just mean happens a lot. I mean, we train a lot. There. All right, fair enough.
I will say if Kane does ask, 'cause you mentioned that
Yeah.
you would ask about the outside and everything like that. Alice is completely nonchalant about going out and would even say that it's not her first time just going outside. Then
Where everybody else, when you had mentioned this, looks at Ellis like what kind of whack job travels outside of city limits? He actually seems like kind of impressed and like in awe a little bit. Like, wow, that's like, what's it like? kind of
depends.
creatures out there?
There was a lot of different creatures, and I kind of explained like things I saw in the distance, and just like how the only time things really went wrong was when I was traveling with very loud individuals, and
That sounds terrible.
generally for travel, yes, that is, yeah. However, outside it really isn't bad at all. Even when we did encounter things, it was pretty easy.
It's definitely not what I've read about and what I've heard, but I mean, maybe I need to go outside.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah,
I
Do
mean,
do something adventurous.
outside's
Don't
let's
literally
go.
just
Yeah, you all have to come with me. Let's go.
no,
No.
no, no, no,
No.
no, no, no. I don't want to go outside again. We were attacked by wolves. We were attacked by
Oh, they
I
weren't
think
bugs,
those
wolves.
were
snake
wolves.
things. Okay, it was goblin riding people. We were attacked by flying snake things. We were
Mhm.
attacked by crazed men out in the desert. We were
Mhm.
attacked by those purple worm things that tried to
Mhm.
swallow me
Oh,
twice.
you forgot the water when we were attacked by actual water.
Mhm.
Tried to attack us.
Uh-huh.
It looks
Try it
confused. Like
did.
I thought you said it wasn't that bad.
It really wasn't.
Eh,
I mean, to be fair, the water was an elemental. An
a what?
elemental. Come on, really? Basic stuff. Come on.
He kind of like he kind of looks at you, Ellis, and he's like, "Well, I'm staying at the inn for the next few days. If you ever want to go outside, just let me know and you show me the ropes."
I mean, if you want, I could show you how to hunt. As I'll like even like pull out like I was able to get like scales
He's
from
gonna
you know
get
the
this
worm
man
creature,
killed.
and
Bandages. Oh my god.
it's, I'm pulling out like some things that like I gotten from like and his teeth from.
Actually, even
We
Damien will say
have-
he's gonna get this man killed. To everyone else,
Yeah,
even
like,
Damien.
When you started pulling out like monster bits and like teeth and claws and stuff, he'll like take them and look at them like, "Oh my god, what's this one from?" And
Yeah, like describe.
Do
yeah,
you have a healing potion? I feel like you need one.
yeah.
Why?
Okay, good. Good, 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 good. Good. There's just a lot out there, and
What if
yeah,
you're skilled enough?
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm good.
you said you were
I'm a,
trained, right?
I'm a captain, of course.
you're a
There
cat.
you go.
Yeah, I got
Captain
this.
Caden.
We got this. Let's go. Well, not now, but later.
All right.
On a scale from 1 to 20, what would you scale your power?
20, 20 being
The highest? Like, is that like at what? What is 20 for you? Also,
yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know what you
What
know as
is 20?
powerful because I've been around arch
that,
druids.
that was a joke. I'm not gonna say that in character.
I don't know.
Hey,
And that sounds like a
it's a
Damon
good
question.
scaling.
Just saying.
Yeah. I mean, maybe we can all spar later, and I can see how strong you are. Yeah,
Hmm.
Okay.
I am
Yeah.
a.
I'm down to practice. It's been a while.
Oh, or we can go to the fighting pits and put some gold on it. Yeah.
The what?
What?
Where's that?
The Rancid X. It's an inn.
I've been here 3 times. How have I never heard of this?
Because you're
It's pretty
lame.
hush hush.
I want to. After we do our things, yes.
Yeah.
Is there a fight like now, or is it like at night?
Well, it's like behind the inn, so you can't really see it from the front. Yeah, I heard
Allowed?
there's if you get away with it. Usually, it's just blunted weapons and fists.
It's only you utilize blades a lot more easily.
Do they provide the blunted weapons?
Yeah, I got a whole stock of them.
I can certainly try with them. I typically
And
don't use blunted weapons because that damages beasts that you're normally trying to harvest things from, cracked bones and all.
I
Right,
just
but
look at
you'll be
Luxon
fighting
and
other
then look
people.
at
Well,
Kaden, and I'm trying to like gauge Luxon's like desire to fight
I'm
or
just,
not.
I'm just
No.
kind of like, I don't think I've ever tried to fight something not to kill it.
Interesting.
Well, I was hunting. Why would you?
Right. You've never like trained with other people?
Yes, but we never. Difference. Usually, you kind of get thrown in and just sort of like, this is how you do
All right.
it.
We'll fight in pit later.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hmm.
All right. Guild stuff.
Guild
So that
stuff.
little talk goes as you guys approach. And again, so there's like this big like area that has no
Maybe play out
buildings.
for one more thing.
Sure.
Anyone that carries themselves or walks in a certain way that might lead me to believe they know about or can control key.
Oh, you're a monk.
So our only fighters can do that.
Monk.
Make
Insight?
make an insight check, yeah.
Yay. That is 15.
Teen. Right. So you don't you don't sense anybody on the way to the guild area, but keep that in mind for later.
Okay.
Um okay. So, guild area. No buildings, tents. There's like again, there's like small like workshoppy areas set up to like show some work off, and you see a few people coming up to talk to these individuals that seem to be going behind the stalls after talking to them and like doing a little bit of work with their tools to like show off their skills. um but there's a good like half dozen of these stalls, and then you see like another ring of them behind, so you can kind of like walk between, and there's most of the tools of the trade are represented here, some of them more than once. He did tell you that some of the cities try to get people roped in through this method. So, two smithy stalls would be for two different cities, and et cetera, et cetera. Um, what are you
What is
guys
the
looking at?
most? What would you say the most like repeated guild?
The most repeated guild.
Yeah, what's the most in demand guild, basically?
Ooh. So the one that has the most stalls at the moment would be, oddly enough, you see several jewelry like stalls, jeweler stalls. Uh, yeah, you see them. They have displays of various gemstones with different rings and earrings and necklaces, bracers, all with like open fittings. And you see people going into looking at gems and discussing with people about to see if they can discern qualities and see if they opinions of fitting one gem here, one gem there, and
Hmm.
etc. But those seem to be the largest pool here for a reason that you aren't sure. Yeah. So
While we were traveling here, I cast detect magic. Ritual cast it. Would it have been enough time?
Roll for magic.
there would be I don't see why not.
Just to
So
see like if any of the stalls have magic in them and
there
things like
there's
that.
magic all over the place. So when you detect magic go off, there's certain people in the crowd that have magical stuff on them. Most of the individuals at the stall, if not all of them, have one, if not two magic items on their person. Some of their instruments are magical. Some of the items on display are magical. There is a um, one stall in the back that you can't actually see the contents of from where you guys enter the area at that is just lit with magical shit. Most of it is um not as strong as some other magical items you see, but there's a lot of little pulses in that direction
Okay, okay. I
of like
just want to keep
all
that
sorts
off,
of
like
magic.
when we
Yeah,
actually go somewhere.
yeah. So Ellis, you're looking specifically for like a leather working stall.
Leather
Um,
workers, woodworkers, or like anything for like hunting stuff.
okay. Um, Anybody else?
I'll look for herbalism.
Herbalism. Okay, so there isn't a herbalism stall per se. There is two different alchemist stalls that have herbalist elements of them. You're not sure if they're full alchemy stalls or if the individuals running them kind of do a little bit of both. And then Ellis, the only stall that you see that would have what you're looking for um, is a self-dubbed adventurers stall. You see some like hides and like crafted weapons and such and monster parts on display for sale. Um, yeah. So what's we'll do Luxon first. Luxon, you approach these stalls and you go up. What exactly are you asking about, or how do you approach them? I should say.
And this is for Mattoon specifically, right?
No.
No.
There's a few different cities represented here. You have been told that Mattoon does this thing, but you've also been told that other cities do as well. So
Is there one
like I
for
said, there.
Dragonborn City?
Ooh, an alchemist stall? No. There seems to be very little in the way of representations for dragonborns here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any at all that I catch for the Dragonborn City?
None of the stalls here are from the dragonborn city now.
Okay.
Yeah. So of the two stalls, one of the alchemist stalls is run by a gnome, and the other one is run by a human. The human stall specifically has both the symbol and the colors of Mattoon Standard.
I'll go to the Mattoon one then.
Okay. And you see like a wiry old man manning it, looking kind of bored. Not really anybody's super interested in the stuff there, but you do see like several bundles of dried herbs and plants and stuff on display, each labeled and priced. And you recognize most of them. And like all along the backs, you see like bandoliers with like different potion bottles and stuff, all displayed in various different colors and whatnot.
That's a horrible way to store your potions.
They keep.
Yeah.
Can I help you?
Hello, sir. I was thinking about maybe getting a recommendation from Mattoon. I'm thinking of going there, maybe.
You see him like when you approach that topic, he like brightens up real quick and like pulls out like a clipboard with uh, at a quick glance before he like pulls it up to like read it. You see like a couple of like check boxes. Um, would you like to show your skills off?
Yes, my only issue's I don't know alchemy. I practice herbalism. Is that
Oh,
still
we have some herbalists in our guild. Yeah, what can you
excellent?
do? What's the
Uh,
most complicated thing you can make?
and I'll try to put together an anti venom that my mother would have probably given to my dad often.
Okay. He puts a paper in front of you. He says, "I need you to sign this. In case the potion fails, you will have to pay for half of the component cost."
Okay. Oh, sign.
Awesome. And he gives you, the various components. They will, again, they supply it, and you look back, and there's like a pestle and mortar, and various distilling, instruments, anything that you would need to make a potion with the herbs given to you. So go ahead and make a check. we'll call it. You're proficient in herbalism, I assume, right?
Yeah, herbalism and medicine.
So use intelligence for the check. So intelligence plus your proficiency.
Intelligence?
Yep.
For herbalism?
Yeah, I was
Herbalism.
gonna say.
Yeah.
Usually it's wisdom because that's the same as medicine.
That's fair.
And yeah, I was
Yeah,
gonna
we
say,
had
and
this with Mal because alchemy is intelligence, then herbalism is wisdom.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, 21.
Fair point. Yeah. So you put together. It takes you a little bit. Some of the instruments you're not used to. You're used to stuff that you've practiced with. But you put together a uh, a usable anti venom potion given a little bit of
I'm
time.
Damon is judging him the entire time, and
Yeah,
Yeah.
just every time he
21,
does something, he,
Yeah. So yeah, some of your measurements weren't exact, but the results ended up where you wanted it to. And he picks up the bottle and he like looks at the bottom and there's a little bit of sediment and he like makes a mark down. You see him like making a few check boxes, um, and he asks you where you learned uh, the tools of the trade.
Oh, my mother taught me silver umbrella.
Okay. You see no recollection in his face with the name, um, but he does. You hear him mutter under his breath. So he was home tutored, and just making markings down. Um, says you said that's the most complicated thing you can make, the anti venom.
Off the top of my head.
Okay. w- tell me what, or tell you what. He gives you this notepad. He says, jot down your name and the inn you're staying at. Um, just generally write down, years of experience working with things that a few different things you know how to make reliably. And I can't make the final call, but we'll send you a message via courier if we okay the application.
All right. I'll write it all down.
Cool. Um, and he hands you a little slip. And it's basically like a business card. It has a fancy scribble about the Alchemist Guild in Mattoon. No names, no specifics given, but it's like it's a thank you for coming type of thing.
All right.
do you want to join the Alchemist?
It's an easy end.
Damon judging.
He's
I'll say to
proficient
him.
in alchemy, but he hates alchemies.
Yeah, I'll just say to him, it's just an easy end.
Yeah. Cool.
Too easy.
Do you go to the other stall as well?
Yeah. Same
Cool.
thing. Another roll?
No, so this one is, like I said, manned by a gnome. This one has.
I will greet him in Gnomish.
He looks, a little surprised, but he does say hello back to you in Gnomish. And this one has a little bit less of the herbalism components, like a lot more of the potions distilling in the background. You see some like metals in liquid states that are resting in like burners, like a wax burner would be.
Mhm.
And what do you want?
I was thinking about applying for the guild. Only problem is I practice herbalism, not alchemy, if you think it would still pass.
Maybe. Do you know how to make any resistance potions?
Do I?
Roll a wisdom check with disadvantage.
Okay. Ooh. Plus my wisdom, 18.
18. You've read about them. They're rather difficult. You think maybe if you tried and you were following a recipe, you might may get a passable one, but you can't recall all of the components off the top of your head.
Maybe, but I wouldn't risk drinking it if I did it off the top of my head.
Mm. Mm. How about health potions? Can you make a superior?
Probably not. Just- Unless you want me to do another check.
Yeah, why not? Well, we'll see how it
Disadvantage
goes.
still?
Disadvantage, yeah.
Can I roll? Just wanted to see how
18 again.
judgy he is.
18 again. Same thing. Like you definitely could follow a recipe and probably get one to turn out the way it is if you had the materials for it.
Maybe.
Well, and I appreciate you coming to me and speaking in gnome. Thank you. It's very kind of you. However, uh, Felthakiel really just wants some masters of the crafts. We're sending some individuals over with some dwarves soon to put together some things. So unfortunately, I can't take somebody that doesn't know at least those basic things off the top of their head. Sorry.
Anyway, thank you for the consideration, though.
How basic are those things in the world of alchemy? Like actual
Uh,
alchemy?
they're not like bottom tier stuff, but they're like
I
if you're
would
getting into
roll
it,
well.
it's
If
yeah.
greater potion is basic, I don't want to see what good stuff is.
No,
You also
it's
got
still-
so right. And the thing is, like when you're getting into crafting, like there's like level requirements for certain things that, yeah. So
There's also a difference in knowing how to make it and being able to.
right, of course.
Yeah.
But he did drop a name on you if you want to make note.
I'm good.
Cool.
Don't need no one.
Ellis.
Mhm.
Respect. All right. Ellis.
Mhm.
You see walking through and you're looking for leather worker, wood carving, whatever, and the only represented group here, you see a stall. What catches your eye is you see some pelts hanging up and some things made out of monster parts that you would be familiar with a little bit. But when you go up, you see. I gotta ask, can you read common?
Yes.
Okay.
There's enough of a diversity there
Yeah.
that like I said,
Yeah,
my
yeah, yeah.
languages I have, I'm proficient. Common's not the first language, but yes,
Right.
very much can.
Odo
And
couldn't read
this
common.
this stall is rather small compared to some of them.
Mhm.
But it does say there's a sign picketed outside of it that says the Adventurers Guild of Mattoon.
I could probably work. All right. I'll just go over there with my bear.
Oh gosh. Um, and
Brought next to me.
yeah. There's there's a girl sitting behind where the tent's at, and she seems to be just flipping through a book, and it seems to be like a like a personal book, like she's not like reading it for business reasons. um and when you come trotting up, she closes it and she sets it on her lap, and she just sits and, can I help you? Are you looking to buy something?
I know you could do that here. No, I was more trying to get into one two of the big cities, and I heard this is the places to be able to do that. Are you able to write recommendations or such to get into cities such as like Mattoon or the Dragonborn
You want
City?
you want to apply to the Adventurers Guild?
If that's how I have to do to get recommendations to cities, then yes, I guess.
I mean, I weird, but I was told nobody was going to apply. Um,
Why would they not apply?
we don't really have adventurers anymore. It's we're a guild in name, really. What sort of experience do you have?
I mean, I've been outside of the city a couple times. I've had no
More than most. Um,
realizing back when I said that I've been out 2, I've actually been out 3 times. Correction, so I will correct that. But 3 times. I've been out of the city 3 times within the last week.
why?
Why not?
I mean, fair,
Everyone
but
keeps saying how dangerous it is, but literally the only time I've ever run into any real danger is when there's a group of individuals. When it's just me, I've never had an issue.
I mean, most of the guild is just filled with those with wanderlust and researchers. Uh, do you have any proof that you've been outside the city?
I'll like go into my bag as I, so
Points
here,
back.
so I'll just like pull out like warg hides and teeth, and then I'll like pull out like things from like purple worm hatchling plates and stingers, and then I was like, oh, and this is a venom from a flying snake.
She's like honestly taken aback at all this. She's like, would you be willing to sell any of that?
I can. I was gonna utilize some of this for crafting. I do have extra meats here as well. I cooked off these this is what like the work things, which I have 7 of those left, and then I'll pull out the freshly, done up
Yeah,
purple
when you
worm.
start pulling out the meat, she looks a little squeamish at it. Like even though it's cooked, like she just seems
It's
weirded
like in a
for.
preserved state enough
Yeah,
to like for travel.
she just looks weirded out for whatever reason. She's like, not the meat, just the parts, really.
Oh, okay.
Claws, teeth, hide. Yeah, we trade and deal with a lot of that stuff.
No,
Most of it's for collector purposes.
I didn't have anything specific I was going to use for the teeth or the claws necessarily at the moment. I've got plenty of arrows, so I don't necessarily need to make more of those. However, the hides I was probably going to keep because I need to make some armors. Um,
Yeah. Well, when you mention about the teeth and claws, she starts looking at them a little closely, and
which they're all like cleaned off. Like there isn't
yeah,
like that they're taken out properly and such. And it's like, oh, and I also have pepperwim poison as well. As I'll put that down.
where did you get that?
Pepperwim, I killed one.
What? No, 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 no. Uh, yes.
Just looking, it's like, yeah. Well,
You're
me and
alive.
Bruno, as in bear.
Would you be willing to swear all this on under a truth spell?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course we would take you. Yes.
Yes, it's like
So, I was walking behind them, trying to see like what this whole guild thing is like.
Yeah.
How
mhm.
easy it is for people to get into, looking for a cheap one, jump on. Did I hear all this?
I'm not hiding
we
anything.
have to stay together, so
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
actively hiding anything.
So all of the other ones, you've seen people go like back behind like the counters to create things with the tools, and people are being turned away. Um, however, yeah, Alice is just like showing off monster parts, and apparently is getting
I've been out
accepted.
3 times in the last week.
Yeah. Yeah, we could absolutely use like a scout or someone. Yeah, 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 yeah. We always get individuals wanting members of the guild to want to go out and get get things out in the world, but
Mhm.
we don't have many people that are able to do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's really not that hard to go out. You just sort of do it.
Yeah, honestly, I think we all went out, didn't we? In fact, I think half of that is my kills.
You stood around that whole first fight and just watched us do everything, so I'm not really sure about that one.
I
But
was supervising,
Yeah.
making sure
you
you knew what you were
also,
doing.
when we were attacked by the worms, you kept yelling, I can't see, it's too dark.
I provided light. Some of us have.
Yes, which then became a beacon for things to attack you, which I appreciate because then it made it easier to take down the worm
She
that I took
she
out.
looks at you, Kevin, and she just not as respectful as she did towards Ellis. She's like, I see. Trying to rat on other people's work type of look.
Yeah, I can absolutely join. What exactly does joining mean? I don't really.
So you would have to pay guild fees. They'd be due once a month. And it depends. Usually it's around 5 or 10 gold. Um, and you would be asked to complete certain assignments. If you would be hired to be somebody out in the field, that would mean to leave the boundaries of the cities and go get resources and um, uh, hunt anything that is dangerous that have yeah, absolutely. And
Mhm.
she's
What's
like,
that Adventurers Guild?
This is
this is the
general.
this is the Adventurers Guild of Mattoon specifically.
That's Mattoon.
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, like I said, it's a rather small stall. It's not really well represented.
I mean, that doesn't seem too hard. 5, 10 as a circle seems like a lot, but I mean, yeah, I don't see why not. Do you pay for doing that stuff?
Yes, contracts through the guild are are you would get a pay you'd get paid per contract fulfilled. Yes, depending on how dangerous they are, and you'd be able to keep a little bit of i- say if you were sent out to go get uh, like some of these teeth. If you killed a creature for these teeth and you got other parts of it, you could keep those parts for yourself,
Well, yeah, you wouldn't just get the teeth. That'd be incredibly wasteful. You can make
right?
armors
But you'd
and
be able to keep them for yourself, or sell them, or make stuff with them.
okay. I
Hmm.
mean, I don't see an issue with that. And that's if I do that, would I be able to guarantee be able to get into the cities I want?
Yes, you'd be given a seal to get in back into the cities if you left.
I meant to
Just
like
Mattoon.
for the just Mattoon. Okay,
Yes.
I guess Mattoon. I guess this is where I'm going to go. Okay, that works. I'll do
Okay.
that.
She gives you like a bunch of paperwork to like sign and stuff, and are you? Yeah, yeah. There is a sizable stack. She says You'll have to take this with you when you go. Um, you know, uh, whatever day that your place of residence is being questions, you show
Mhm.
them this, and they'll ask you extra questions because it is a capital city. So they'll need birth records and such.
I don't have any of those. I'm not from a city.
Where are you from?
The outside.
Hmm.
This is actually my like second day third day being in a city.
And i- she becomes a little bit more serious when you say that, and she says, we do have rules about the city. It is one of the capitals. One of the ruling figures and some of the avatars do reside in the city, so they are very selective with who comes in and goes out. Um, you might be able to get an exemption, but I don't think you would be able to get in without records.
You just said that my skills would be useful, so why would I not be?
Absolutely. And you might be able to find an adventurers guild elsewhere, but again, without an exemption, I couldn't approve this.
So I just have to hope essentially.
Yeah, there are some individuals here that would be able to approve, um, but none of them that I would be able to speak with.
All right, well, guess I'll just have to hope that they're okay with it. Um, I'm still able to sign on with you though. Then I just hope I don't get denied.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, just sign the paperwork, and if you can absolutely take it to get questioned, but I can't promise you won't get turned down.
Okay. Um. Okay. I'll have to do that. Okay. Um. Alright, I will take. And the sign, you just want my name, correct? All written on these.
There's a few more questions than that. Like they will there's like a line for like place of residency, how old you are,
Your race, your sub race.
right.
It's good.
Hmm.
What did you have for breakfast yesterday?
There's
Yeah.
the slightest sweat drop seeing some of the question going, uh oh. All right, I will take this and get that all signed in when they come around. How much do you want for this? You were saying you wanted to buy things. I can sell this stuff to you. So I have
Oh,
various things I can sell.
w- what are you trying to trade? You said that you're using some of it, right?
But I want to use the hide specifically because I can make that into armor and such. However, I don't really utilize poisons much. They contaminate the meat. So can give you the flying snake venom poison as well as this purple worm poison. Um, I
All right.
also have. You don't seem to like the meat very much, so I do have the purple worm teeth. And then I also have these beast creatures, claws and teeth as well.
All right. Let's see. Okay. So you have how many doses of the poison?
Of which one?
The flying snake and the purple worm.
I only have
3
one
vials
of
of purple worm and 1
the.
dose of the poison
What
snake
did you say
poison.
about the purple worm? I had 3
Dose.
miles. What?
Vials.
Vial.
Vials.
I only heard 1 vial. If I got 3, oh my god!
You got
There-
you got 3 vials and 1 purple worm tail.
I know about the
Or the-
tail.
He
I
has
went,
one vial. I think when we were talking about it, it's good for 3 pieces of ammunition.
yes, that's what I thought. I
Ah,
was like, because
Yeah.
it's like a normal poison. That's why I was
I-
like, that does not sound correct when you said I had 3 doses, because it's 1 sack that I essentially was able to get it from.
Mm,
And I put down 1 in my inventory, so I'm gonna say I only have 1. So
when I see them selling the teeth, I'll pull out my own 4 actually good
Um,
teeth.
what
that still have their gum and flesh still on them because you ripped them out.
how old was the worm that you took this from? Was it a large? Well, I can't assume that it was an adult.
This is actually the first time I've ever fought one.
How big was it compared to your bear? Say.
It would have trouble probably swallowing Bruno whole.
Yeah, they
She
swallowed
was able
me.
to swallow her whole though, and it kept trying to. As I'm pointing over towards Guinevere, like it's a few feet away.
Make a persuasion check.
Persuasion.
Is it with advantage because I was chiming in?
No, this is just to discern whether she's going to pay him for a juvenile or for a young.
15.
15. Okay. So I'm going to take a risk here, and in case this is a slightly older one, I don't want to pay you for an, a hatchling, basically. So I'll give you 30 gold pieces for the poison.
Okay.
And that's for both of them put together.
Okay.
And how many teeth and claw do you have total?
Yeah. Give me a second. I'm just removing things from my inventory. So,
16 teeth total,
oh, because I have
if you include my
16.
4.
Okay.
Well,
12
you put
teeth.
yours, and yours are like nasty and
They're mostly intact, but they're not as clean as Alice's.
my
Got
my
4
teeth
good ones and then a bunch.
Right.
my
Right.
teeth.
I got 4 good ones and a
I
shit
have
ton of
12.
bad ones.
So 12 and 16.
The yeah. And then the warg teeth,
Mm-hmm.
I have 6.
So on that note, she will ask you if you know what type of creature it is from.
I'll describe it best I can, but I'll tell her like I'm not originally from this
I'll
area,
try
so
to
I
help
don't
in
know.
describing it
I was
as
like,
well.
I don't know the exact ideas, and I'll give like
Right.
general comparisons to wolves and stuff like that of things I'm familiar
In
with.
an
I
attempt to
mean,
chime in, I'll help as well.
And
it.
they were getting written by goblins.
She says they are slightly larger than normal wolf's teeth. I'll give you. I'll give you a silver per.
Pair the warp teeth.
Mm-hmm. And 2 silver per claws.
Okay, I have for war claws I have 3, so that's 6 to 12 silver total.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No haggling because I don't know what they're worth.
Circles.
As yes, but I'm getting different colored circles, and this
You
is
are
where
getting
I was
different colored
getting
circles.
concerns at some point
Yep.
would happen.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
here we go.
she just she puts some
um,
circles down on the table and
yeah, I take them. And then what about the purple worm hatchling teeth? Because
the
she's
teeth.
thinking they're young, right?
Yeah. So um let's see. How many teeth you got?
Well, I have 12. He has 4.
Of these ones as well, the teeth?
Yep.
I thought that
Yeah.
was for the okay.
No, he does not have anything ward.
Yeah, I don't have any warg. I only have.
He
purple
the
warg.
only other person that has collected anything
Oh.
was he ripped out some teeth from the jaws of
Gotcha. I thought
he
okay. I thought
crudely.
yes.
I got a I got a bunch of broken teeth, which they'll
He
probably
has
say no to.
4 intact purple worm
Right. So she says that because again I don't know the age of them, I can give you 8 silver pieces per tooth.
Wait.
Pretty good.
Is that for his as well?
Yeah, for his
Yeah.
as well.
I just didn't know if like a clean.
Yeah, they're
90
they're mostly intact.
96 silver for that.
32 silver.
96. Let me add that before I forget. I just got quite a bit of gold. Um,
I'm back to what I
kinda
was
wanna-
at the start of the session.
I
I
do
am
kind of want
1
to make.
silver richer.
I do have one of these. I don't. I thought about I could make something with it, but I don't know when or if I'll really be able to get around to anytime soon. Sure, those things aren't that rare. I will pull out a tail, like the tail spike.
Hmm.
I'm guessing based on the poison injection, probably does something with a poison sort of effect if made into a weapon. However, I'm just not skilled when it comes to weapon making that isn't made of wood necessarily. So,
Yeah,
if
I might be able to make something out of it if you want.
well, how much would you be willing to buy this for?
So I will say that we've actually sold an adult tail um earlier yesterday for 700 gold pieces. Um but again, I don't know how old this one is.
Mm-hmm.
So the most I can give you is 50 gold.
Hmm.
Now that we're other body,
I tried to say
pick
that
some
before,
parts.
but you
Hey, I want to stay there.
I was fine with whatever.
that hurt me so much for us leaving. Um,
We can probably capture the
700. That seems like a lot.
obvious.
The poison is quite potent.
Mm-hmm. Hmm. What sort of thing do you think you'd be able to make, Damon? I just want to make sure
Mm,
before I give it up. I don't
I
want to.
am assuming like a rapier style weapon.
yeah, usually something stabby, pokey.
I could probably make a rapier out of it.
Mm.
Spear.
Rapier or a spear. Yeah, something to stab.
You probably make some arrowheads out of it too, if you were good with that type of thing?
Go with archery, as I kind of like gesture to the bow I have on my back. I actually made it myself. Um, yeah, I guess. But again, I really don't like utilizing poison. It taints the meats. I think I'd rather sell it.
Well, offer stance.
50? Okay.
All right.
Do. Else is carrying some change now.
I know.
Now, will they split it up? We'll find out.
Um, I'm just curious, just so I have a value.
Mhm.
What about the plates? I'm thinking of keeping them. I just want to get an idea of how much these are worth.
So you put them out, and she says, honestly, you would probably be able to sell them more to somebody that wants to collect them as a piece.
Mm-hmm.
What we do is we just outsource them and have armor made out of them.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not going to be worth any more than, say, hide armor or half plate, maybe.
And how much does that typically go for?
uh, can't remember.
Half plate, I
Half
believe,
plate
50
is
gold.
Half
I
plate
have
is
the
expensive.
thing up.
the half plate's like 750.
Half plate is 750 gold. I have the chart
Yeah.
up because I was looking at stuff earlier.
Yeah.
Hide is
Hide
worth
gold.
it.
Half plate is.
I just like
50.
3 or 10 or something.
Hide is 10.
How many plates did you get?
You just told me a
Enough to make armor.
yeah,
Basically what
you
he
like
said.
yeah, you didn't give me a specific amount
Fair enough.
that could be made
Um,
into armor.
Yep.
Like a pile.
yeah.
Literally you just said like a
So,
pile.
she'll tell you half plate is pretty expensive. Um, but the labor costs to make it, you're probably only gonna get a couple hundred gold profit.
I mean, I could probably make it into half plate if you wanted to pay for my labor.
Well, I don't like wearing bulky armor. That's just it. That's the whole. Remember how I
But
was
you can
saying
make
how
it
you
into
are
half
very
plate and then sell
noisy?
it.
Could, but then I'd be paying you, and I don't honestly know your skill set.
I made my own armor.
How's his armor look?
What are you wearing? Scale mail?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like average scale mail. Plus his hand,
Average.
plus the RAM.
Yeah, but that's weird stuff. I don't know about like
Metallurgy working with like a
tiny
carapace,
mechanics. That's
Yeah.
It's just a completely different materials.
It's a different skill set for sure.
I
Right,
don't
you
trust
did
these.
say 3 vials.
Well,
You go back
he
to the
wrote down
VOD.
one. Yeah, it's fine.
Back to the bot.
Yes.
No.
Wood.
Yeah, because I maybe I was thinking the doses, but you know.
It's probably what I intended, and I do remember us talking about the dosing because we
Yeah.
said 3 per the purple worm and then 1 per the flying snake.
You said
Mhm.
three doses per vial, and the snake was only 1 dose.
Correct.
Yeah, so that's 3
And
doses. So that was
he said
one.
3.
3 vials for the
Mm.
purple worm.
If Waffle only wrote down 1, we'll go
I
with
got
1.
that one. That's fine.
Yeah,
He also wrote it down.
that's fine.
So it was what I had in my
Yeah.
inventory. I even
If
said before, like I was going off my inventory for stuff. I wasn't really gonna look
Yep.
at that for my personal stuff that I was gathering.
If Alice is selling it, if Alice doesn't have it, Alice can't sell it.
Yeah.
I guess he forgot you had the worm. Was that
No,
No, no.
he has the purple worm.
I had one vial of it.
Yeah.
But it's fine. That's fine.
Ellis lost them on the travel back.
it broke?
Lost 2 of them.
That's fine. Uh, their value, but that's if we sold it as armor for a couple hundred.
Right.
But if you were just selling them as plates, you said as a whole, which I have, I kind of like show how many I have.
Yeah. I mean, with other material costs and labor costs, I mean, I would only make a couple hundred profit, outsourcing it. So again, I can maybe give you 50 gold for them.
think I'll just hold on to them. I think I can probably utilize. I appreciate this. Just gives me an insight on
Right.
things.
Yeah, no,
Um,
I appreciate you showing them to me. I don't really get to see materials this rare that often.
and you said you had stuff for purchase. What do you have for purchase?
uh, you see that they're like super mundane, like pelts that you would just normally find.
Cat pelt.
Yeah, nowhere near like the quality of what you had. You see,
Like
like
I'm like looking at pelts to the armors as it's just like the super nice like
yeah, you see like normal wolf canines that are like half the size of the ones that you just gave her, and you see like bird talons and feathers for fletching, and just yeah, boar hides and wolf pelts, and it's rather mundane stuff. Again, they don't have a lot of people that go out and hunt.
like honestly I think what I have right now would probably. Do you know where I could procure items so I can make leather armors? I'm away from where I usually have made them, and also
I
things
believe
would
I gave you
well
some of that. Oh yeah.
you can craft
No,
them,
no,
but
that's an outer character. Just I believe. Yeah, yeah. I do.
I don't want you to have to always do that because you said it takes a while for you to do, and that just seems
Well, they're
I
permanent for right now until I
right
need to make a
now is the
different one.
key. Do you happen to?
I don't know where any shops are. I'm kind of limited to this for the week.
Okay,
And she kind of motions to the tent.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. As I'll like
Y-
put the papers
Yeah,
away.
I hope things work out for you. I'd love to have you in the tune. We again, we don't have a lot of people that are able to go out and about with their skill sets. So, are any of the rest of you looking for work as adventurers?
I did want to apply, I just didn't want to interrupt the transaction.
Raise my
Uh,
hand.
Oh, he was actually very very skilled. As I'll kind of like push you forward.
Uh,
yeah,
That was just like a glowing recommendation of like.
the only other person that's stealthy? Go!
yeah, and yeah, so I mean, we don't have to go through all the other stuff that I just went over with your friend here, but if you'd like to apply, absolutely. I'd fill out some paperwork for you, and yeah, just take it when you get questions.
Alright. No.
Yeah,
What
and
was the name?
Signing while I'm sitting here.
say again,
Um,
What was your name?
Amelia.
Amelia.
Yes.
I have a question. Do you know a boost that's good for cooks or healers?
Mm, healers. I think there's a mage's. I don't think. I don't think there's a mage's tent here, but I think there's a few floating around in the open stalls in the center. As for cooks and such, we don't really. Mm, we have enough of them in the city. They're not really. They send the ones here. They send us here if we need to bolster our ranks,
Fair enough.
and sorry. But if you would like to apply and you're all together, I don't see why that. You were all outside the city.
She's
Uh,
actually really good in combat. She helps keep everyone up and makes everyone feel better as I kind of push you forward as well.
yeah, I mean, if you have all been outside the city, that's more than nearly anybody else can say for their recommendations. So absolutely,
How much does this all like pay on average?
it depends on the type of work we get asked to do.
I mean, based on what we hunted and what I was able to gather, it's already more than paid for those guild fees that I was told about. So just
Again,
learn to carve animals much better, and you'll actually get something useful out of them and not destroy their bodies.
yeah. So Mitsune doesn't have a lot of work for the adventures within the city. A lot of our work is researching. Um, but every now and again, we do get requests. There's a vast sewer system beneath the city, and sometimes there's things that can get in there from the outside because it. I don't know much about the barrier, but sometimes things can get in from underground. Um, but other than that,
Mm.
sometimes uh, th- the various guilds within the city want a material that is either hard to find in the city or isn't being sold currently on the market. And they'll sometimes put a request in to have one of our people go out and get it.
How often does that occur?
Not as often as you think,
Hmm.
because they know we don't really have willing individuals. But I'm sure if you all came, we could put some word out, and it might get more requests. But I'm not sure.
I just really rather not do sewers at all. I'm not dressed for that.
Oh,
Ever.
we have plenty of tailors in the city. You could get something. Traveling gear is plenty.
Yep.
She kind of just
Kinda.
gently slides a stack of like papers to sign over to you, Glenn. And she will
I'll
hand, obviously Lox is
slowly.
filling his out, and
Yeah.
uh,
I'll just. It's last resort.
yeah. I mean, you don't. Again, if he sees you being hesitant, you don't have to take them when you get questioned. You can just fill them out, and if you decide to, you can hand them over.
Hmm. Okay.
Cool. And she'll take down all your names and like places of residence, like outside of the empty city, and
Uh,
yeah,
I will tell her the bar in Nimloth Woods.
yeah. I've never heard of them, but I'm sure they're lovely.
They are. It's I'm
Recognized my name.
Uh, hmm, that's a fair.
remember what I said about the name though for it, Rye? Like
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Um, she when she like takes your names down, you do see a look of recollection on her face when she looks at your name, but she openly tries not to say anything about it.
oh, to Lux. I was like to me.
Yeah, to Lux.
Huh?
Yeah,
I think I know an Ellis.
I think
As
Bar Nimloth, absolutely. I know.
as we're finishing up talking and paper, what time do you still early, right?
Yeah,
It
it's
was noon
probably
when
like
we left.
1 or 2. Yeah,
The guide really wants to go outside, and
yeah.
the
He's like
bodies are
he's like
pretty
leaning up
youthful.
against a post, just looking bored out of his fucking mind.
How would you guys say we just go take a look at the body? 1-2 hours tops.
I
It was,
still haven't done.
I'm good.
they have. I mean, you have to do your way of getting into the city. How are you getting in?
We're all going in as a group.
Yes, but I think we each need one of these recommendation things.
Have a piece of paper or a stack of papers from
Yeah, she's hesitant because of what Ellis said, but like
Is
she'll hand.
Damon signing one of these paper stacks?
We've
That's
all
up to him.
left the
I
city.
I'll, I'll fill one out too, just because you don't have
Yeah,
to accept it. I'm
right.
probably
Yeah.
gonna fill out a few.
Plus, we've
Yeah,
all left the
so
city, like she said.
So
right.
Biggest recommendation she had all day.
That's it. So you each fill out
Uh,
what she asks you to fill out.
Right. Quick question: is there anything
Yes.
stopping you from joining more than one guild?
The
Nope.
feast.
Your fees.
money.
Yeah.
The feast.
Mm,
Yeah, and if you ask about that, no, she'll actually say that, especially in the Adventurers Guild, because they don't really do too much and have a lot of work filtering around. That there's a lot of people that are a part of 2 or more guilds, as long as they have the skill set for it.
That's what I was thinking because artificer main.
Yeah. So yeah, you guys all get your little slips to take on the day of questioning, and you head off. And
Did,
Caden looks again bored, and then when you're all ready to go, he's like, "Ugh," like,
did
all right, let's go.
anyone have any recognition of the forest name when I mentioned it?
No,
Okay.
none. Yeah, yeah. I won't even make them roll because they have no
It's
idea.
cool.
Yeah, the answer is
Okay, cool.
Nat
Just
20.
I literally rolled a natural one as a
Yeah.
joke. I did a joke roll and rolled a natural one.
Yeah,
there are
it's
woods.
it
What are
sounds like a
woods?
pastry I had one time.
What's
I
a
will
tree?
say
Yes.
the name sounds awfully a lot like the language when Alice is speaking Sylvan.
All right.
Just the way the
Uh,
syllables and consonants and
all right. So Kagan, all right. Where to next?
you
Um,
want to see the blacksmith, right?
Let's go. Let's
yeah,
go.
very
Who the hell is
Barry
Barry?
Hoxton,
Do you know where he's at?
blacksmith dude.
Well, he's with the blacksmithing guild, I believe, so that's probably still here. So you might want to.
How about I ask around for you? I
Thanks.
think
Yeah, I mean, there's like like I said, there's like a not necessarily a blacksmith tent. There, you don't see any like furnaces or like metalworking here
People
specifically.
actively forging.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but
but
just in general too, I'm also going to be looking for like tinkerers, glassblowers, and
every
smithing.
once in a while I'm gonna just stare at his hand
yeah.
and just
So,
stare.
like I said, the one that
I keep scratching it. Just,
there, like I said, there's a few like jewelers stalls that'd probably be the only ones here in this area that are like metal workers.
I am not proficient in jewelers.
Gotcha. Yet.
Yeah,
Always
I don't think I get
Yeah.
any more proficiencies.
feats,
called
man.
ASI.
Feats.
ASI
No,
ID.
intelligence is going to go up.
Fair enough. All right, so you guys are just walking and asking about the smith, right?
Yes.
Barry Hoxson.
I'll be
And
asking
Gwen.
and getting a better location on the guy that can do messages.
Hoxin.
Or Ryan.
Uh,
Or Ian. Oh, what?
Hox. Hawks.
Hox.
Like HAWKSON. Hoxson.
Son.
Yeah, I thought it was
Yeah.
hawk.
Okay.
As in hawk
So
as in
still
bird.
keeping an eye out
Yeah.
for any
Like,
key.
Yes.
I also heard
We'll get to that eventually.
Hoxmon, like HOXMON.
Hoxman.
Oh, that's
Hey, come visit
Hoxson.
Dockman.
So Hoxson. Okay. Cool. Just
Yeah. So as you guys are walking around, Gwen, go ahead and make a persuasion check as you're asking for the smithy.
great, Earl.
What was that vocalization?
It's
I will say we have party
All I
inspiration.
want's a cracker.
No,
I'm gonna use
dude.
it.
I forget.
That's better.
It's the same number.
I use a DM's inspiration. What was the first? No.
Silvery barbs.
This one was a 3.
No, sorry, Barbs.
The first one was a 3. The advantage roll was a 9. Fortunately, I have a +5, so 14 total.
Nice, 14.
Nice, very nice.
So you ask around for the smithy named Barry. And nobody knows him by name or any of the smithies by name, but they are able to point you in the direction of some individuals that they know of that were selling weapons that seem to be of that sort. And as you're asking around, you get kind of ping pong to certain stalls. Most of them are just selling, mundane weapons. However, eventually your asking chain leads you to a forge building. It's like half like shop front and half open where the actual forge is. And you can see as you get closer to it, there are some, you know, plumes of smoke coming from a lit fire or something. And you go inside and you see this like shirtless bear of a man. He's bald, no facial hair, just burly and hairy. Kind of like sitting behind a counter. It looks like he's like wiping down a couple blades that he has set aside.
Did did the camera catch that?
No.
Swoopy tried to rub against me, missed me, and just fell off the chair.
Nope.
Cats, man.
Tony.
Um, excuse me. Are you Barry Hoxon?
Just Barry, please.
Oh, um, Barry. Uh, you're we've heard your name a little bit, and they said you're a smith.
The finest in
Really.
the city, as far as I can tell. What are you
Mhm.
looking for?
Well, my friend here is interested in your craft, and
I was interested in joining the Artificer or Smithing Guild, whichever one would be willing to have me.
Hmm. Yeah, you see him looking you up and down. He's like looking at your armor, and he obviously sees the ram in your hand and whatnot.
I made all this myself. Actually, I'm wearing enhanced armor right now too because I enhanced it.
I've seen your ilk. Wouldn't you be better off working with stuff a little bit more dexterous? What I do is, no offense, but bang on metal all day. It's not as delicate as what I'm sure you're used to.
I used to do a lot.
Well, I
I've
mean,
been smithing since I've been 10 years old.
he's from the Dwarven continent.
all right. Tell you what, he like pulls off this like um, it looks like a newly made greatsword off the side wall, and it hasn't been sharpened yet. He hands it over to you, and he points to a grinding wheel in the back. He says, "Why don't you sit at that for a few minutes? Show me what you can do,
Show me
and we'll
what
go
you
from
can
there."
do. All right.
I have done all I
Pretty
can.
basic.
Yeah.
I can not help you any further.
Yeah.
What's
So he
the
uh,
roll, or do I do any roll?
smithing check.
Okay, I have expertise.
There you go.
What's
And
the stat?
I'll say I'll let you choose either strength or dexterity since this is a physical.
Dexterity is a little bit higher.
Okay.
Plus 4, so 21.
21. So, um, you sit at it for a few minutes, and he watches you, uh, keep it, wet so it doesn't smoke, burn, and you know, you stop periodically to look at the edges, and
And this is pretty
uh,
easy. Like I said, I've
yeah,
been doing this since I was a little kid.
I can tell you have some experience. What makes you want to come to the guild?
And something to do. Learning, perfecting my craft.
I mean, we have a few masters that could teach you. Yes. Is there anything in particular you like working with? I mean, our guild specifically, the Smithers Guild, specializes in weapons and armor. Again, your toys, I guess, are not exactly what we specialize in.
I didn't see too many artificer places on the way here, so
Oddly enough, they don't typically send an individual to represent. They're the largest guild of Mattoon, so they don't really need many individuals.
Why are they the largest guild?
Uh,
Out of curiosity.
no idea. They just have the most number of members.
I mean, I'll learn what I can learn. I'll be honest, I don't plan on staying forever. I just like how I left the other place.
Well, to put it frankly, your skills are more than sufficient to come into the city. I'll give you a pass. However, even if you would like to join the Artificers Guild, I'll give you a pass on the stipulation that you're also a member of our guild.
How much are the dues?
For you, since you do have prior experience, the lowest is 5 gold a month, and there's nothing I can physically do about that.
I should be able to handle that.
Fair enough. We do get a fair bit of work. Most of it is through the guards that requests new weapons or to mend theirs, with training exercises and the like. We also do mass
You do
shipment.
enchanted weapons or just standard?
There are a few of us that do work with magical weapons, but most of us just make the base products for the artificers and mages alike. If you're okay with that, I'd be willing to let you in.
That sounds good.
All right. So unlike the paperwork of the Adventurers Guild, he literally hands you like a badge that has a crest on it with a lion and 2 crossed swords. Just hand this to the guards when you get questions. They'll ask you a few extras, but it should get you in.
I'm gonna have so many guild fees. 3. I'm never gonna be hurting for work, but holy
Yeah.
crap.
I mean, we are always hurting for new members. Most of us that are there have been there for quite a while. While you're all here, would you like to purchase anything? I'll give you a little bit of a discount if he's going to join.
What type of things do you have? I don't.
Do you have
Yeah.
a longsword?
Yeah, you look around, and a lot of it is pretty
Oh,
mundane.
actually, I would
looking
probably
gear.
just sharpening a longsword. How much would this be?
Well, you were sharpening a
Sharpening
great
a
sword.
greatsword.
Oh.
Yeah. What is? I should know base prices by now, but I don't because I'm
I
bad.
think
Yeah,
it's 20
15.
gold.
Longsword is 15. But
Even
they're
less.
pretty up jumped here, so he'll tell you a longsword is 20 gold.
What if I were to trade my spear?
I can maybe mark that down to 15.
I don't
Spears
have
aren't
that.
exactly, yeah.
Beers are cheap.
Do you have anything else to trade?
No, I already traded all my other stuff. Oh wait,
Hmm.
I have a few daggers. I'll pull out 2 daggers.
Are they just normal daggers?
Just normal daggers.
They're 2 gold per dagger.
How many
Base price.
how many daggers? 2.
Oh shit! I forgot I had this. Sorry.
No, you're good.
I also have a crossbow.
So, like,
that is worth
broken.
25.
That was like the broken one, wasn't it?
Nope, that's my
Oh,
actual
that's your
starting
starting one?
crossbow.
Is it a light or a hand?
It is a light.
A light. So I think they're 20 gold, 25, something like that.
25 gold.
25. Ooh. See, that,
Yeah.
that.
I also have a short bow. I have a
Bow.
short bow too.
I don't think
I think that's
He-
the busted one.
I think that's
If
the
you-
best one.
He says, if you give me the crossbow and the spear, I'll mark it down to 5 gold. I
I'm not
He's-
spending the snake gold, and I don't have that
what about
much.
what about the silver you just got? Didn't you get
That's
like
3 gold I've already spent. I just don't have
Oh, you
enough.
didn't have anything. Well,
I started with 5.
if you say you don't have that much, he'll take the 2 crossbows and mark it down to 3 gold. He says the
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 2
lot-
dagger.
Yeah, that's what I meant. The lot and the 2 daggers, 3 gold.
I can do that.
All right.
I think you underestimated how broke I
I
started.
did. I absolutely
Oh,
did.
what you ended up buying? You ended up buying something, right?
The whiskey.
Longsword. Oh, the whiskey.
The
Yeah.
whiskey, yeah.
yeah, what
Yeah,
shield
he
of
spent 2
45.
gold on the whiskey.
For roleplay purposes, because
Of course,
yeah,
I had to.
Um,
I'm still.
I'll ask him
Mhm.
Gwyn is judging you.
since he's a smith. I'll ask about the price for selling the plates just to him. I want to see like different people how much they're willing to buy stuff for.
I am
So I'm
paying
gonna-
him in silver, by the way, just because.
Do you have them on you?
Yeah, I have 'em. I didn't sell them.
Yeah, he'll ask to see them, and he'll like
I have one.
he'll pull out a couple of instruments to like measure the width of the plating and tap it a few times with like a very small mallet. Um, uh, I would still need some pieces to make a full set of something, and cost of other materials, to keep it together, and
Mhm.
I can. Hmm. This is odd coloring. Where'd you get it from?
A purple worm.
A what?
A purple worm.
What is a purple worm?
The giant worm that tries to swallow you whole, like
It's
her,
purple.
and it's purple. It
Tried
burrows
it twice.
underground.
It's
The
Uh,
hell did you find this at?
Outside,
outside
the
the
city.
city.
Roll a persuasion check with advantage.
Me, right?
Mm-hmm. Else.
Pretty good. Thank God for advantage because that one was a natural one. 19
nice.
Plus 0.
plus 0.
That's about as good as you can get.
Yeah, yeah,
Gwyn
yeah.
is not amused by being eaten.
I honestly wouldn't pay this much normally, but I'll give you 75 gold from them just because I've not seen this before and I'll make it a personal project.
Yeah. Um, I think I could do it for that. I don't have any immediate plans to make stuff, and I tend to work more with leathers than I do with armors in that sense. So I
Fair
could do that.
enough. Leathers, you say?
Yeah, I made this as I'm like I'll show like the armor thing I'm wearing as well as like the cloak. I also you do woodworking as well as I'll show a bow and the arrows that I have.
I'm feeling
And my
quite
my
useless.
my qui- my quiver is also handmade.
Hmm. Well, since you got some gold, I got some things to show you if you'd like to buy.
I mean, yeah, I'm all right with that.
Do you have a really good knife?
He pulls out 3 daggers.
2 of which are
They're
mine.
all they're all no, they're all +1 daggers, but they all have like different like ornamentation on the handles with different like jewels and stuff. But
Mhm.
the actual make of the metal is all the same. They're just stylized a little differently.
Those are beautiful.
Thank you.
Hmm.
I have no idea what a +1 dagger would cost.
+1 weapon.
There we go. I
is
finally have my sword and board. It only took me several sessions.
Hey,
500 gold.
500 gold.
500.
It's good amount.
Fortunately, I don't have that much. This is actually I'm pretty new to being in cities, so
Right. So for
I've
you, I
I've
had
only
something a little differently.
as a yeah okay.
He pulls out this set of studded leather armor.
Mm-hmm.
He says, "This is not enchanted. However, if you look here, and he shows you like at the different like tension areas, like where your elbows at, like under your arms, it has this odd like meshy, like almost metally component to it that allows it to move a little bit easier. He says again, this isn't enchanted. However, it'll allow you to move a little bit easier with it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and for out of game purposes, you would uh, it's basically +1 stud of leather.
+1 studded leather.
Yeah.
Ooh.
just not
Mastercraft
enchanted.
studders, not magic. Yeah.
Mastercraft studded.
Yeah.
Mhm.
How much for that?
Enough to make
You
you
know,
broke.
I know.
yeah,
Enough that you
uh,
can't afford it.
yeah. He says this will run you about 900 gold.
I'm just kind of like there's
You know what? Damon does a spit take.
Shield will kind of just investigate, just see like
Hmm.
I never thought of using a mesh lining like that. Just kind of observing it and everything. Unfortunately, I don't have that. As I said, I'm fairly new. I only have, kind of going through counting. Like I only have 170 of the
Right.
golden circles. So, I have a
Okay.
bunch of
Okay.
the silver ones. But no, I think I just have to save them if that's the general cost of things. That does give me an idea of what, you know. uh, This is very skilled as I'm like looking at it and
Mhm.
By any chance, you have a ruby of a war mage?
Oh, what now?
What?
Hmm?
Ruby of the war mage.
Yeah.
I don't sell gems here. Sorry, I don't have any rubies for sale. If you're looking for something a little bit more magical, we are contracted with the Artificers Guild to sell a few things on their behalf. However, all of the things that we have are enchantment scrolls. They're
what are
easy to.
those?
Um, he opens up a drawer and he pulls out like a rolled piece of parchment, fairly fine make, and he like unscrolls it, and there's like various like arcane diagrams on it, and um, you can apply it to a piece of armor or weapon to kind of give it a magical effect, basically.
Oh, that seems rather useful.
So, is there like a sharpening effect so I could make my knife more useful? Or
Do you even use your knife for like combat reasons, or what? What do you use your knife? Oh wait, cooking.
I just kind of narrow my
Mm.
eyes at him.
I mean, what sort of enchantments? This looks like magic I'm not particularly familiar with. I tend to do more nature-based magic, so this is fairly.
I've seen a few of these before. Never used one, but basically, uh, they make weapons and armor better.
Seems very useful.
Is it like what you did to your spear?
Kinda, but a bit more permanent.
What sort of ones do you have?
Permanent?
Do you
Or can you
well?
take it off?
Let me ask.
You could take it off, but it's an ordeal. My master did one to a sword once, and then yelled for like a month straight because he had to spend 200
Who's your
gold to take it
master?
off. Uh, dwarf named Kevin.
Kevin.
Do you have anything that's within our price range? I like I said, I have 170 of the gold coins and
So
hun-
the only one of these scrolls that I have that you would be able to purchase, and he pulls one out and he unravels it. He says, "This particular enchantment, it has something to deal with kinetic energy. Basically, it makes you fall a little bit easier. If you land too hard, it reduces some of the impact that you feel." Um, and for out of character purposes, purchasing purposes, it
They're cool.
is you can use your reaction to reduce your fall damage by an amount equal to twice your level.
So, worst version of the monk slow fall.
I
Basically,
mean, literally, there's so many like magic items that are just worse versions of what monks can do.
Yeah.
oh yeah,
The gloves of missile snaring and
Yeah.
that's just like a D10 plus Dex versus the monk that adds its level to it as
Yep.
well.
The monk that just says, "I'm gonna catch that ballista."
Yeah.
pretty much.
When can
Uh,
I start doing magic? It's 6th level.
and
for
how
Dex.
many of these coins is that? Just so I have an idea of.
This one's not that potent. This one will run you about 80 gold.
I don't think I'm really using the climbing up that much. Although, actually, I tend not to
Hey,
fall.
right. I mean, if you've ever been on a roof, you're gonna wish you want this.
I think I'll pass personally. Do any of you want to purchase with your own
I
money?
can already do that.
I'm broker than broke.
The
Yeah.
monk is just like, why do I need that?
This is what.
It's also like an armor enchant, which
Yeah, which don't use that.
Right, right.
Didn't you say that you? I can't
you do
remember if
not
you
have
said
so
that.
far, by the way. You could do that
Snowfall's
at
at fourth level.
Is it fourth? I thought it was fifth level.
Fourth.
No, it's stunning strike.
Fifth is multi attack.
Fifth level also you
Fifth
get
is
stunning
all
strike.
loaded.
Yep, that's right. Fourth.
Right. I can't remember if you said this or not. Could you put armor enchantments on normal clothing or not? I couldn't remember if you. remember
No, it
asking, but I
would
can't
it would
remember the
specifically
answer.
have to be armor to use
Okay.
an armor enchant.
So I don't know if you want to purchase it with your own Guinevere.
I don't have that
Are you going to
much
split
money.
up any of the money you got from selling that stuff?
Am I supposed to?
We all helped taking them down.
I mean, I can, but I was also the only one that could carve them. I didn't know.
Generally, if a party of people helps in obtaining something, they all get a reward.
I mean, I can sell you. I can give you stuff for like the walk stuff, but I technically killed that whole purple worm by myself.
Yes. We were all present. We all helped. I
But
helped
you,
take down the other one.
yes,
I
all
healed
the rest
Guinevere.
of you all four of you took down that one. I took down that one.
Yes, I healed Guinevere so it would not kill her.
Right?
Why don't we have this discussion later?
Never mind.
So we
Uh,
saw the blacksmith, the other guilds. How about we go for that body now before it gets dark? Because it gets dark.
I think what to do. I'm trying to remember. There was three things that we wanted to do. There was this. There was the blacksmith. And what else did we want to do? I know we wanted to do the fighting ring. I wanted to do the fighting ring.
Fighting ring.
Oh, fighting ring. Body prop.
I mean, I don't know what sort of scavengers you have here in this
Deadly.
area, but generally, especially how large of a corpse that was definitely damaged. And to be fair, me going in and trying to carve up some of it, someone sort of broke part of it. And I looked
Are you
towards
looking at me?
because it was you,
I took the teeth.
Ooh.
yeah,
Not
as well as half of its
well.
jaw.
I
You
still
have to
got paid
be
for them.
a little.
All right, guys. So what's the plan?
Fighting.
Fighting pit?
I'll do
Fighting
a fighting
pit.
bit.
All right. So
19 AC here.
when you say that, Dude Bro goes like he's all set. Caden, he's like, fighting pit time, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Uh, d- rotten. The
Three.
rancid axe. Yes, that's what it was. Yes, to the rancid axe, yeah. It's a little bit more rowdy than the inn that you guys are staying in. So just to let you know, it's really crowded.
I don't see an issue with that.
Oh, Just throwing that out there. Um, but he takes you, you know. Hmm?
He takes you.
Take me.
Oh, rise up. No, he's moving.
No, his eyes
Yeah,
moving.
his eyes
I saw his eyes
His
shifting.
eyes
We're good.
shifted.
Yeah.
We could just look at the mic. The mic is radiating different colors.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
you got to watch Bride.
Why are we staring at the
Absolutely.
fade?
Well, like right here, like whenever it was transitioning into the blues, sometimes it stays on that a couple seconds
Yep.
longer. So, and then he does that, and it just.
It still
Nah,
sees the
it's
background.
still flickering.
Yeah, the
the
dog's
background's
walking
flickering.
behind him.
Oh yeah, I forgot I got that on now. Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh no. All right. Sorry, I was just looking. 1, 2.
I wish-
Buckle my shoe. Jackson's up. No.
We are on the what is it, 5 hour mark?
No, we're not because we
No.
started late.
That's
Oh,
4.
you're right.
We're just
Still
doing
4
4.
hour mark.
You know what?
So who
Yeah.
wants to fight me?
I'll fight you.
So
Bring it on.
I'm not a fighter.
No, Ram. I'm fighting you.
I'm still a good 1v1er.
you guys get led through the streets of the empty city.
Mm-hmm.
Past all the vendors. And
or
y-
empty.
you
It's
get-
quite crowded.
There's yeah, you're right. There's a point.
Correct.
Eventually you get to a rather large building, and as you're approaching it, you can already hear the noise coming from the inside. You can hear instruments, several, along with people just generally talking. You hear a few yelling, general people, singing some songs along with the music. And then you hear the sounds of people fighting coming from around the back of the building. Um, and Caden asks you all if you want to go inside, get a drink before, loosen up a little bit before you fight.
I'm just seeing on
Uh-huh.
watch.
I got to drink way too much to loosen up.
I'm all right. Let's do it. Yes.
All right. He takes you around the back, and you see it's like secluded. There's other buildings around it. It like makes this like natural like alleyway type of area, but it's like the end of an alleyway type of area, and it's a pretty sizable like area, and there's 3 different circles marked in the ground. And you see a couple of people on the outsides, making bets. 2 of the rings are being used at the moment. Um, you see in one of the ring, there's like this huge dude taking on this rather small human male that they're kind of just like darting around, like ducking out of the way of like giant haymakers and jabbing at ribs and stuff. And the other 2 are all on the ground wrestling one another, trying to pin each other down to the ground. The other one's knots open, and Aiden's like, all right, who's up?
So you said wooden weapons as well, or is it just fists?
Plenty of weapons, and like if you look around, like lined against the buildings on the outside, there's like several like wooden weapons, stylized.
Do they just act like normal?
Yeah, they act like normal weapons. Yeah,
Yeah. I'll go
Uh,
over.
they just deal bludgeoning damage instead of
Yeah,
normal
Not gonna
damage
not
type.
gonna have a non-dex weapon. Screw them all over.
Yeah, well, there's like wooden short
They're
swords.
all
That's what I was
clubs.
like looking for.
Yeah,
So it's
yeah,
like,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah, yeah.
I'll go over there and I'll pick up 2 of them.
I'm gonna go up to him and just say, I kind of like to fight using my tap my horns. Is that allowed?
I mean, as long as you don't spear anybody, I don't see why not.
No, they're I blunt them
Alright.
just for that.
I grab one of the wooden long swords.
Be on standby in case anyone gets
I want to see.
badly
You got
hurt.
this. You were
That's
talking
kind of
about
the point, isn't it?
using a knife. Let's
So
try it.
the fun thing is, no matter who's in the ring, you can bet on them up to 5 gold apiece.
Ah. So, does Bruno count as a weapon?
I
Does
don't think
ram
the
count as a
rings
weapon?
allow
Usually
a
it's just
bear to
1-on-1.
fight.
Yeah, I don't think the rings are large enough for these for more than two
We
people
should
to be.
have Bruno and Ram fight.
Wait, what's
Oh,
your
God.
what's your burst name?
Okay,
Bruno, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, because I
Sure,
don't
yeah.
know where I'm getting Bruno from.
we don't. No.
Because things don't
We don't talk about Bruno.
All right. So, well, I'm definitely up first. So, who wants to take a crack?
I'll do it.
All right. And he goes over and he pulls 2 long swords off of the
Ooh.
ground.
So I
Yeah.
guess we'll see how far he is up that scale of 1 to 20.
Yeah.
Make up
And
with.
Well, we already know he's dual wielder.
yeah. Well, he has 2 long swords
He
strapped to
had
his
2
back.
long
Yeah.
swords on his back.
Yeah.
Oh, long swords.
Yeah. 2 long
Yeah.
swords.
Yeah. It's not gonna look great from me on my legs. I'm saying that now.
Hey, no shield.
Uh,
You have a chance.
So, we're at 4
two
hours.
gold on him.
We're going to call the session here before all the fun starts.
I'm calling it
Okay.
now. 2 gold on the captain.
2 gold on. All right. 2 gold on Caden. All right. So,
I'll
well,
be a pro. I'll bet on Ellis.
well, yeah. You know what? How about in Foundry chat, everybody put their bet, so we have it marked down for next week if you're betting at all.
Hmm.
I only have 2 normal gold, so I'm not gonna bet
2
the
normal
snake.
gold.
I'm not touching the snake gold yet.
Yeah, that's fair.
I haven't fight. I don't know how good she is.
Yes, you
You
have.
you've seen Ellis fight with a
With
bow.
a bow.
Yeah, I haven't seen her fight. I've
So
seen her use the bear.
she has a short sword at her side. She has like
Yeah.
2 short swords at her side, but you've never seen her
Yeah.
have to like pull those out to fight. She
All
seems
right.
confident.
Yeah, absolutely. You know. See how that
I'm
goes.
probably about to lose my money, but
Confident.
supporting a friend.
Cool.
Like I'm not the worst combatant, but like I'm not gonna be the best, you know.
I am
Especially
going
not with
to-
weapons that aren't your main weapon, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm not a dual wielder.
All right.
Gaming is logical.
Ooh, 5 gold on the cap.
Wait,
Well,
what's the 5 gold?
That was my start. That was my starting gold right there. Wow, just tossing it.
I have an
Wait,
idea.
somebody who's
How do you
posting
get so
stuff
much
where?
gold?
What?
Oh, never mind.
Did
You
you
aren't
not?
betting?
Did you not say to
All I
post it on
see-
Foundry?
Yeah, all I see in Foundry is Malachi's 2 gold on the captain.
In
Go
character?
to in character. I did out of character by accident.
Yeah.
I see nothing in character.
I see Kevin.
Are you on the right page? Are you on the right map?
In character, yeah.
Ah,
That is a thing that I
That's
have
a
learned is very
thing.
annoying.
interesting.
Yep.
He's
as a
looking at a different map.
He's
I-
looking at the
So-
arena.
Well, so the out of character is global, so that's cross map. But the in character is map specific. That's good. to
roles are
know.
also
Oh.
map
Okay.
specific.
Okay.
Yep, rolls are also math.
So I will
Cool.
do 2 gold.
It's in there.
Yeah, it's in there.
character.
Well,
Yeah,
in
it-
case we switch maps. I'll
Ellis,
do
you
it
can
this
also
way.
bet on yourself if you would like.
Does he
5 circles.
bet? Does he
Oh,
bet?
he absolutely is putting 5 gold down on himself.
So who's paying us?
There's individuals on the outside of the ring collecting money and putting bets down. It's a very informal
I'll put
type of
5
thing.
gold in.
Is
Okay.
it, are there rates? Is it going to be a 1-2? Is the captain
It's 1 to
favorite
1.
to
You get
win?
like
1
double
to 1.
your
Okay.
you get double your bet back. They don't have like the ratios
They
and
don't have
Wow,
odds.
whatnot.
look at Lux
Super
being
informal.
all high and mighty, not betting.
I
Okay.
don't need the money, poor people.
Alice.
You don't want to show
I
support.
am getting my poor people hands. I'm like, let's do it. Also, so because you're pretty insightful, right, Lex?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So with that whole like money talk earlier, there didn't seem to be like any like harshness or like malice behind it. It was literally like genuine mindset of I did the work of carving everything and like the idea of like you would have left it. I'm the one that did the work for it.
Right.
That's literally like the mindset of it. It wasn't like you get just the
I get
idea.
an RP, but I'm allowed to be annoyed.
Oh, absolutely. I'm just letting you know, like general insight is like there isn't any malice that you sense from it.
I guess.
Ma'am, you asked what the circles were. There's no malice in anything you say. You're a child.
Style.
I will say, like as Alice is getting ready, you see her like put her hair up into like a ponytail, so
Quick
it doesn't get in her
question,
face.
right? You said
Yeah.
that they could bet on anyone, right?
Yes.
Does that mean can you bet on your opponent winning?
Yes.
Yes.
Alice is gonna try to lose though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like I said, it's super informal. But you'd probably get a couple of head turns, like, "Are you gonna throw the match on purpose?" type of thing. But like, there's no rules
I mean, as long
posted.
as you make
Yeah,
it entertaining, most people probably won't care.
yeah.
Yeah. I'm just saying, how big is this guy? Like, is he? I imagine him as like a tall, lean sort of individual,
How tall is Ellis?
like 5'2".
Yeah, he's a good.
3.
He's almost a foot taller than you, but he is rather lean. He's not like bulky by any means.
Yeah,
He looks rather
Ellis
quick on his feet.
is like 5'2", like 100, just barely over 100 pounds. Like, so
Yeah,
this short, Elvish girl just going into like this like stance of like with her two swords.
definitely.
Gaming
Bam.
5'5" with 6 inches horns.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks, guys.